Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by CloudyXAutumn on Wattpad. Now let's start. Mommy, can you show me the All Might video? A little boy with fluffy green hair and emerald eyes shouted. Alright Izuku, just wait a second. A taller woman with a slender body and grass-green hair replied. The two went to the computer, and Izuku bobbed his head in excitement. His mother laughed as the video loaded, noting how he probably had given it 10,000 views on his own. Izuku watched with pure joy as his favorite video of All Might saving people from a fire played. Who would have thought this boy would come out the way he did? Okay, Izuku, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow we're going to see what your quirk is. Izuku's mom said, picking him up and tucking him into bed. Izuku could hardly sleep. The excitement of discovering his quirk was overwhelming for a 4-year-old. Superpowers were cool. The next morning, Izuku jumped out of bed and got ready. He ran downstairs, where he saw his mother preparing breakfast. He urged her to hurry, but she reminded him that they needed to eat first. Holding an All Might figurine, Izuku practically radiated excitement as they got into the car. After arriving at the doctor's office and filling out some paperwork, it was finally time for the examination. The doctor scanned Izuku's foot and took a BLD sample. When he returned, his expression was one of concern. Is there something wrong, doctor? Izuku's mom asked. Yes. Your son will get a quirk, but it comes with complications, the doctor explained. Izuku's heart sank. What did that mean? Midoriya, you have a very strong quirk, but you must take these medications to stay balanced, the doctor continued. I have a strong quirk. What is it? Midoriya asked eagerly. It's called BLD control, the doctor replied. What does it do? Midoriya inquired. You can control BLD, but it can be dangerous if you don't have control, the doctor warned. Izuku's mom looked at the medication handed to her, realizing it was a quirk suppressor. The doctor took Izuku's mom aside to speak privately. Your son's quirk is a mutation. You can't allow him to use it freely. It could lead to dangerous situations. It may make him crave BLD, and if he ever sees it, it could push him further. He can control BLD within a body, and if there's enough present, he can manipulate it into shapes. The quirk suppressor should help him manage it. Be cautious, the doctor advised. Izuku's mom began to cry, feeling lost about what had happened to her son. The drive home was quiet. Izuku's mom couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes, unsure of how he would react. Midoriya was stunned, grappling with the idea that his quirk could be harmful. He wanted to be a hero, not a villain. The next day at the playground, Midoriya watched as his childhood friend, 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬, showed off his quirk. Wow, 𝐾-chan, your quirk is so cool. Midoriya exclaimed. Whatever, that. Your quirk will never be as cool as mine. So, what is your quirk? 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬 scoffed. Yeah, 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬 is right. What is your quirk, Deku? Another kid chimed in. It's called BLD control. The doctor said I can control BLD both inside and outside a person's body, Midoriya said, looking down at the ground. That's such a villainous quirk. A kid shouted before running off. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬's expression turned to one of fear and anger. You think you're better than me, Deku? I'll become the #1 hero, and you're not getting in my way, 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬 declared. Why are you being mean, 𝐾-chan? Midoriya asked, tears welling in his eyes. Because you're a freak. 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬 shot back as he ran off. Midoriya cried silently to himself, feeling betrayed by his childhood friend. Hot tears streamed down Izuku's face as he walked home, unable to comprehend the rejection. His mother had become distant after learning about his quirk. Though she still loved him, fear lingered in her heart. Midoriya took his medicine every day, which tasted terrible. He didn't understand why he couldn't feel his quirk yet. His mother provided only the bare necessities, no conversations, no hugs, no outings. She simply ensured he had food and shelter. With bullying from his childhood friend and a lack of support from his mother, Midoriya felt deeply sad. One day, when Midoriya was 10, his medicine ran out, and his mother wasn't home. What is this feeling? He wondered, looking at his arms as they glowed red, bullied like 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 flowing from his skin. He was controlling his own bullied. Suddenly, pain surged through him. He rushed to the mirror and discovered he had grown fangs. "This is so cool but so painful," he said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 began to shape his bullied into various forms, even figuring out how to use it like hands to grab objects. When his mother returned and saw him using his quirk, she screamed at the sight of his fangs and the bullied flowing from his hands. "Why didn't you take your medicine?" she cried, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with fear. "We ran out, you didn't buy any," 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 replied. Her face turned pale with dread. "Why is your quirk working now? And why are you talking to me?" 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 asked, looking at her with his big green eyes. In a panic, she ran out and locked the door, unwilling to risk the unknown. After 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬's surge of power calmed down, she returned with the medicine. "You have to take these every day," she whispered urgently. 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 refused to take the medicine any longer, realizing it was a quirk suppressor. It was a big mistake. Little did he know, he would slowly lose his sanity piece by piece. Ever since discovering his quirk, he had begun to explore its potential, forgetting the doctor's warnings. The day after his fangs appeared, at school, he tried to avoid 𝗂𝐵𝐻𝐸. "Oh no, 𝐾HAN," 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 mumbled, hoping to slip past him. "Where do you think you're going, Deku? Do you think you can escape?" 𝗂𝐵𝐻𝐸 spat. No, 𝐾HAN, I was just trying," 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 began, but 𝗂𝐵𝐻𝐸 cut him off, noticing his fangs. "What is wrong with your teeth?" 𝗂𝐵𝐻𝐸 exclaimed. "My quirk. It kicked in," 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 replied, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. The rest of the kids ran away in fear. After all, 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬's quirk was dangerous. 𝗂𝐵𝐻𝐸 stayed behind, eager to confront 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 as he always did. He declared that 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 had finally decided to show his quirk, questioning if he thought he was better than 𝗂𝐻𝐸. No matter how dangerous 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬's quirk was, 𝗂𝐻𝐸 insisted that his own would always be superior. He told 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 to learn his place and kicked him hard enough to leave a bruise on his back. 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 pleaded for 𝗂𝐻𝐸 to leave him alone, but 𝗂𝐻𝐸 was relentless, unleashing explosions toward him. As the onslaught continued, 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 felt a sharp pain and realized he was bleeding. In an instinctive reaction, his bullied formed a protective bubble around him, leaving 𝗂𝐻𝐸 bewildered. 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬's pain began to fade as he found himself enveloped in this strange shield. 𝗂𝐻𝐸 taunted him, claiming that once the bubble disappeared, 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 would be finished. As the memory faded, 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 remained unaware that he was slowly losing his grip on sanity. Initially, using his quirk felt exhilarating, but he was tragically mistaken. The bullying he endured and the emotional distance from his mother accelerated his descent into madness. By middle school, he had lost half of his sanity and found himself increasingly obsessed with bullied. The more he used his quirk, the more he craved the sight of it. He began to use his quirk every day. During a discussion about high school options, 𝗂𝐻𝐸 scoffed at his classmates, asserting that they would be lucky to end up as sidekicks to lesser heroes. When the teacher mentioned that 𝗂𝐻𝐸 was applying to UA, he smirked, knowing the class would laugh at 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬, who still aspired to be a hero. The class erupted in laughter, mocking 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬's dream, and 𝗂𝐻𝐸 angrily challenged him, insisting he was worse than the others and wouldn't even make it to UA. The teacher instructed 𝗂𝐻𝐸 to sit down, but 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 no longer cried at the insults. He felt a growing longing to stand up for himself, though fear held him back. Later, as 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 prepared to leave class, 𝗂𝐻𝐸 snatched his notebook. When 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 demanded it back, 𝗂𝐻𝐸 burned the notebook and attempted to strike him. 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 instinctively blocked the attack with his bullied. 𝗂𝐻𝐸 then suggested a darkly humorous way for 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬 to become a hero, but 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬𝐬 simply rolled his eyes and gathered his things. As he approached the window, he smirked at 𝗂𝐻𝐸 and jumped out, using his bullied to cushion his fall and create a web-like landing. 𝗂𝐻𝐸 shouted in frustration as 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬𝐬 smirked and ran off. On his way home, 𝗟𝗟𝐬𝐬𝐬 muttered to himself, unaware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a slime villain attacked him, and he struggled to break free. Just then, All Might appeared, rescuing him with a powerful move. Midoriya was in awe, excited to meet his hero. All Might greeted him warmly, but when Midoriya asked for an autograph, All Might quickly obliged before announcing he had to leave. Midoriya clung to All Might using his BLD quirk, insisting he had questions. They landed on a rooftop, where All Might began to show signs of fatigue. When Midoriya realized All Might was no longer in his heroic form, he panicked. All Might reassured him, explaining that he had sustained an injury that limited his time in his hero form. Midoriya asked if he could still become a hero with his quirk. All Might inquired about the nature of Midoriya's quirk, and when he learned it involved controlling BLD, he grew concerned. He advised Midoriya to refrain from using his quirk, suggesting that it would be better for him to pursue a different path, like becoming an officer. Midoriya felt tears welling up as he processed this advice, feeling crushed by the weight of All Might's words. After leaving the rooftop, Midoriya ran home with tears streaming down his face. His mother, emotionally distant, barely acknowledged him as he locked himself in his room. Overwhelmed by despair, he wondered how All Might could say such things. With his sanity dwindling, he resolved to prove everyone wrong and get into UA. Determined, Midoriya began to train physically, knowing he had only 6 months to prepare. His journey to prove himself had begun. He trained day and night, honing new moves and building strength to defy the expectations placed upon him. Despite his mother's emotional distance, he longed for her approval. One day, he approached her, asking why she seemed scared of him. She was looking at old baby photos and crying. When she noticed him, she became startled and cried even more. Midoriya felt a deep sadness as he questioned if it was his quirk that frightened her. His sanity was slipping further, leaving him with only a fraction of it remaining. His mother, with tear-filled eyes, urged him not to leave, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she was afraid of him. But what? Midoriya felt unchanged, perhaps she simply didn't like him. He contemplated leaving to make her happy as he walked back to his room. He packed his belongings, which weren't much. In total, he brought 5 clean shirts, 5 clean briefs, 5 bottles of water, a box of snacks, a small blanket, and his phone, all fitting into one big bag. It was too bright outside to run off without being noticed. He still had school the next day, but he wouldn't be attending. He had no idea where he would go, but he knew staying with his mom was causing her distress, and he didn't want to prolong that. He skipped dinner that night and prepared a note for his mother for the next day. The note expressed his apologies for scaring her, stating that he didn't know what he had done but felt his presence was hurting her. He hated causing her pain, so he decided to leave. He reassured her not to worry, claiming he had a plan and that she would see him on TV one day as the #1 hero. After writing the note, he waited for the sounds of the kitchen to fade. He had memorized his mother's routine. She would wash the dishes after dinner and then retreat to her room, where she would watch videos until 10:30 p.m. before going to sleep. It was 10 p.m., so he had to wait a while longer, hoping she would truly be asleep and not just pretending. To pass the time, Midoriya used his phone, wondering if this was what his mom wanted and where he would go next. Eventually, midnight arrived, marking the start of Wednesday. He left the note on his neatly made bed, ensuring his room was spotless. He picked up his backpack and glanced outside at the full moon, its light reflecting into his room. His eyes sparkled in the moonlight as stars dotted the night sky, accompanied by the soothing sounds of crickets. Midoriya felt ready. He opened his large window, a cold night breeze brushing against his face and ruffling his hair. After carefully shutting the window, he pressed himself against the wall, gathering his resolve. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang off the wall, using his quirk to swing onto another building before landing gracefully in the street. The streets were eerily silent as he wandered, unsure of where to go. He decided it would be wise to find an alleyway and create a makeshift shelter using his BLD. It was a practical idea, but he knew that if he exhausted his energy, the shelter would disappear. So, he followed through, setting up his BLD tent and eventually falling asleep. He was far from home after a long walk. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a deep voice. A man with dark brown spiky hair stood before him, expressing surprise at the sight of the BLD tent. Midoriya quickly explained that he was just running away from home. The man, intrigued, asked why. Midoriya shared that he was scaring his mom, though he didn't understand how. The man introduced himself as 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and invited Midoriya to follow him, assuring him that they meant no harm. Hesitant but willing, Midoriya followed 𝗟𝗶𝐻 into what appeared to be a forest, where a cabin awaited. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 flicked on the lights, revealing his unique appearance, purple skin that resembled burns. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 explained that he lived there mostly alone and asked about Midoriya's quirk. Midoriya explained that his quirk was BLD control, allowing him to manipulate BLD at will. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 acknowledged the strength of his ability and offered Midoriya a place to stay, mentioning he would often be gone at night. Grateful, Midoriya inquired about where he would sleep, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 pointed him to an extra room. As Midoriya settled into the cabin, he felt a sense of uncertainty about his future. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 asked what he planned to be when he grew up. Midoriya, distracted by his phone, expressed his longing to be a hero but admitted he felt conflicted about it lately. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 accepted his response, and they fell into a comfortable silence, both engrossed in their devices. The news reported on a missing boy, Izuku Midoriya, catching 𝗟𝗶𝐻's attention. He teased Midoriya about his newfound fame, but Midoriya's mood soured as he reflected on his mother's indifference and the police involvement. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, noticing Midoriya's change in demeanor, chuckled. Lightly curious, Midoriya bluntly asked 𝗟𝗶𝐻 about his purple skin. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 explained that his quirk, cremation, caused his skin to burn, and he had to staple it back to keep it intact. Midoriya nodded, understanding the challenges that came with their abilities. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 Midoriya was distraught, unable to believe her son had left. She felt it was her fault for distancing herself from him and reread the note with tears streaming down her face. The thought of her beloved son being gone filled her with dread, especially knowing he had stopped taking his medication. She feared for his safety and the consequences of his actions, believing it would ultimately be her fault. Knock knock. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 opened the door, her heart racing. The police department stood before her, confirming her identity as Izuku's mother. They explained they were searching for clues about his disappearance. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 crumpled the note she had received and stuffed it into her pocket, fearing that if the police discovered her neglect, she could face serious consequences. There was no way she would let that happen. The officer continued, asking if Izuku had been acting differently lately. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's tears fell as she recounted how his quirk drove him to madness. She had ensured he took his quirk suppressors, but when she checked his room, she found 2 full capsules. Panic surged through her as she realized he hadn't been taking them. The officer's expression turned serious as he noted the implications of Izuku's instability. When he inquired about the nature of Izuku's quirk, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained it was a mutation quirk that allowed him to control BLD. The officer grimaced, acknowledging the strength of such a quirk and the difficulty they would face in locating him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 recalled their last conversation, believing he still had some sanity left. The officer quickly communicated the urgency of the situation, calling for a code red-green. They grabbed a piece of clothing belonging to Izuku, hoping a dog could track his scent. Meanwhile, Bakugo sat in class, glancing at the empty seat behind him. He muttered to himself about Izuku's absence, prompting the teacher to call him into the hallway. The teacher informed Bakugo that Izuku was missing, having not been found in his room the previous night. Bakugo's face paled at the news, disbelief washing over him. He scoffed, dismissing the situation as a ploy for attention, convinced Izuku would return soon. In another part of town, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, in his non-muscular form, stumbled upon missing posters of Izuku. Guilt washed over him as he feared he might be part of the reason for Izuku's disappearance. He hoped the boy wasn't in danger. In a darkened room, a man with pale skin and light blue hair discussed Izuku's deteriorating mental state with a taller figure cloaked in purple smoke. They speculated about the chaos that might ensue if Izuku lost control completely, eager to see how he would fit into their plans. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a different situation altogether. He was using his phone, feeling surprisingly comfortable in the company of his captor, 𝗟𝗶𝐻. Boredom set in as he expressed his disappointment at the lack of excitement in his escape. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 shared his own experience of running away, hinting at a past that remained shrouded in mystery. As they talked, Izuku's mental state began to wane. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 bluntly informed him that rumors suggested his quirk could lead to a gradual loss of sanity. Izuku shrugged it off, feeling indifferent about his situation. He reflected on his longing for revenge against 𝗏𝗏, who had caused him so much pain. Suddenly, Izuku felt a shift within himself. An overwhelming urge surged through him, and he realized he was losing his grip on reality. BLD began to flow from his hands, and confusion filled his mind as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 noticed the change and questioned Izuku's well-being, but Izuku was too consumed by his transformation. As the BLD enveloped him, Izuku underwent a subtle change. When he emerged from the bathroom, his eyes had turned crimson, a stark contrast to their previous green. He felt a newfound hatred for 𝗏𝗏, vowing to take revenge. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 sensed the shift in Izuku's demeanor and asked if he was all right. Izuku, with a smile that hinted at darker intentions, expressed his longing to hurt 𝗏𝗏. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sudden change in Izuku's attitude. Izuku's mind raced with thoughts of vengeance, and he declared his intent to take action. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, amused yet cautious, questioned whether Izuku truly understood what he was getting into. Izuku, filled with determination, brushed off the concern, convinced that it couldn't be that difficult. Midoriya felt a thrill as he considered his next move. He had a plan, and it involved a certain level of darkness. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, noticing Midoriya's eagerness, offered his assistance. He stood up and explained that he was a villain, suggesting that Midoriya might want to embrace that role as well. Midoriya shrugged, indifferent to the label. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 laughed and disappeared into his room, returning with a few items. He handed Midoriya a cap and a mask, emphasizing that he needed a disguise since he was too recognizable. Midoriya acknowledged that 𝗟𝗶𝐻 likely had more experience in this area. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 then asked about Midoriya's cleanup plans. Midoriya, with a mischievous grin, declared he would leave the body behind to send a message to 𝗏𝗏. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 raised an eyebrow, reminding him that he needed to keep his identity hidden for now. Midoriya explained that 𝗏𝗏 was his former best friend, and he was eager for revenge. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 pointed out that if Midoriya wanted to get close to 𝗏𝗏, he couldn't risk being discovered. Midoriya agreed, revealing that 𝗏𝗏 planned to apply to UA, and he intended to do the same to get closer to him. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 suggested that Midoriya needed a fake identity, proposing the name 𝗏𝐿, which meant insanity, a fitting description for his current mindset. Midoriya questioned 𝗟𝗶𝐻 about his own hair color, not realizing that 𝗟𝗶𝐻's dark brown hair was not natural. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 instructed Midoriya to dye his hair, suggesting a dark red shade that would complement his quirk. Although Midoriya was hesitant about changing his green hair, he realized it could help him remain incognito. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 assured him he had hair dye covered and instructed Midoriya to stay put while he fetched it. After a while, 𝗟𝗶𝐻 returned with the supplies, and they got to work. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 applied the dye, transforming Midoriya's hair from green to a striking dark crimson red, which matched his eyes perfectly. Once the dyeing was complete, Midoriya admired his new look in the mirror. He felt a rush of excitement as he embraced his new identity as 𝗏𝗏. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 then asked how Midoriya planned to execute his revenge. Midoriya explained his quirk allowed him to manipulate BLD, and he was ready to use it on a target. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 found the plan amusing, encouraging Midoriya to figure out how to lure someone into an alleyway. Midoriya felt confident and eager to demonstrate his newfound resolve. As they stepped out into the world, Midoriya blended in with the crowd, unrecognizable in his disguise. He scanned the streets, searching for a target. Soon he spotted someone from his past, a friend of 𝗏𝗏's. A smirk crept onto his face as he approached the boy. In a swift motion, Midoriya pulled the boy into an alleyway, covering his mouth to silence him. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 followed closely, and Midoriya quickly set up a barrier to ensure they wouldn't be interrupted. The boy panicked, demanding to know who Midoriya was and what he wanted. Midoriya introduced himself as 𝗏𝗏, revealing his intentions with a chilling smile. As the boy tried to escape, Midoriya used his quirk to restrain him, refusing to let him go. The boy pleaded for mercy, but Midoriya was resolute. He began to drain the boy's BLD, watching as the life faded from him. Once the boy lay lifeless on the ground, Midoriya felt a mix of satisfaction and exhilaration. He used the BLD to spell out his name, Kyoki, on the wall nearby. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, impressed but aware of the urgency, reminded Midoriya that they needed to escape before anyone noticed. Midoriya led the way through the maze of alleyways, confident in his ability to evade capture. After navigating several twists and turns, they made their way back to the cabin, exhilarated by the night's events. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 couldn't help but admire the cleverness of the young villain. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 asked why Midoriya had chosen that particular person. Midoriya laughed, explaining that he was a friend of 𝗏𝗏𝐽. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 chuckled, remarking that it was typical for Midoriya to go after someone like that. A news reporter announced that the police had discovered a disturbing body. The report revealed that a middle school boy, identified as 𝗏𝗏𝐻, had been found dead, drained of all his BLD, with the word Kyoki nearby. The police had no leads on who could have committed such a crime. 𝗏𝗏𝐽, watching the news, was in disbelief. He thought to himself that Haru couldn't possibly be dead, even though they weren't close. The thought of Haru's death, alongside Deku's disappearance, filled him with confusion and dread. Midoriya never returned to middle school. Over 6 months spent with 𝗟𝗶𝐻, they formed a brotherly bond, with 𝗟𝗶𝐻 as the older, wiser brother and Midoriya as the younger, more reckless one. During this time, Midoriya developed a fascination with killing, leaving his name, Kyoki, near each victim. Authorities began to connect the name to a series of BLD-drained deaths. Midoriya was declared dead by his mother and the police, but 𝗏𝗏𝐽 refused to accept it. Midoriya's sanity had eroded, but he learned to mask it. He knew whom to target and whom to spare, like 𝗟𝗶𝐻, whom he considered a brother. However, he would not hesitate to eliminate 𝗏𝗏𝐽 if the opportunity arose. As the time to apply to UA approached, Midoriya adopted a new disguise. With dark blue hair instead of green and a new name, 𝐼𝐽, he was ready to re-enter society without raising suspicion. The name meant blue and red, reflecting his new hair color. Over time, Midoriya had accumulated scars from encounters with his victims, but he always emerged victorious. In the villain underworld, 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and Midoriya became known as the villain brother duo. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 would burn the bodies while Midoriya drained the BLD, solidifying their murderous partnership. They kept their identities hidden, sharing their true selves only with each other. As the UA entrance exam approached, Midoriya registered under a different quirk name to protect his identity. He renamed his ability to fluid manipulation, ensuring no one would suspect him. He mastered the art of maintaining a facade, which would further conceal his true nature. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 dropped him off at UA, where Midoriya stood at the entrance, dark blue hair and red eyes contrasting with his sharp features. He thought to himself that this would be the place where he would unleash his chaos. A voice called out to someone with blue hair, and Midoriya turned, startled to recognize 𝗏𝗏𝐽's voice. However, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 was yelling at another student, allowing Midoriya to continue inside. The sight of 𝗏𝗏𝐽 ignited a longing for vengeance within him, but he knew he had to wait. During the exam, Midoriya skillfully maneuvered through the challenges, using his BLD to take down the robots while reabsorbing it to stay alive. He was racking up points effortlessly, and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 was close behind, creating a competitive atmosphere. A raven-haired man noted that Midoriya's quirks seemed familiar. Another responded that quirks often resembled one another and that 𝗏𝗏𝐽's ability was likely just BLD manipulation. They dismissed any further suspicion. After the exams, Midoriya secured second place, just behind 𝗏𝗏𝐽. Returning to their cabin, 𝗟𝗶𝐻 asked how he felt about his performance. Midoriya replied that he had destroyed many robots and felt satisfied. He headed to the bathroom to wash out the hair dye. They used a fake address for their mail to keep their location secret, choosing an abandoned house known only to them. They would wait 2 weeks for the results. In the meantime, Midoriya dyed his hair dark red. After finishing, he joined 𝗟𝗶𝐻, who was absorbed in his phone. Midoriya joked about the tiring process of dyeing his hair, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 expressed his boredom. Midoriya suggested a killing spree, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 eagerly agreed. They donned their villain outfits and ventured into the city's alleyways, where they found many potential targets. Midoriya spotted the perfect victim, and he and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 prepared to strike as the unsuspecting person approached the alleyway. Midoriya dragged 𝗂𝐵 inside, and the flames consumed everything in their path. The agonizing screams echoed, but Midoriya only laughed. They fled the scene, leaving behind a chilling message. This was a pattern for them. They targeted anyone without hesitation, finding satisfaction in their chaos. After their spree, they returned to their cabin to relax. 2 weeks later, 𝗂𝐵 announced that it was time to discover if Midoriya had been accepted. Midoriya, with a smirk, expressed his confidence as they prepared their disguises to avoid being recognized. Once ready, they left the cabin and retrieved the mail from an abandoned house before heading back. As 𝗂𝐵 opened the letter, Midoriya held a small disc that lit up. After a lengthy announcement, All Might confirmed Midoriya's acceptance into UA. 𝗂𝐵 cheered, and Midoriya chuckled, contemplating how much easier it would be to carry out his plans now. 𝗂𝐵 informed him that classes would start the next day, and they discussed the uniform that had also arrived. The next day, Midoriya prepared for school, dyeing his hair blue and putting on his uniform. 𝗂𝐵 couldn't help but laugh at his appearance, but Midoriya brushed it off, knowing he needed to leave on time. With a final farewell, he headed out. On his first day at UA, Midoriya took in the sights of the town, resisting the urge to act on his darker instincts. Arriving at Class 1A, he noticed a variety of students, including 𝗏𝗏, who he wished to confront. A boy with navy hair and glasses was scolding 𝗏𝗏 for his behavior. Midoriya felt a sense of familiarity with someone in the room but dismissed it as he took his seat. Their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, entered in a rather unconventional manner and instructed everyone to change into their gym uniforms for a field test. The class was eager, but Aizawa warned them that anyone who placed last would be expelled, causing panic among the students. Midoriya, however, was ready to prove himself. He performed well in the tests, and when it was his turn to throw the ball, he focused intently. Using his quirk, he propelled the ball with great force, achieving an impressive distance. 𝗏𝗏, noticing Midoriya's performance, confronted him, demanding to know why he seemed so familiar. In a moment of instinct, Midoriya used his quirk to restrain 𝗏𝗏, prompting Aizawa to intervene. The results showed Midoriya placed 5th, while 𝗏𝗏 was 1st. Midoriya was satisfied with his performance, having not pushed himself too hard. Later, All Might gathered the students for a practice session in a simulated city, dividing them into hero and villain teams. Midoriya found himself paired with a boy who had dual-colored hair and eyes, feeling an odd sense of recognition. As they began, the dual-haired boy froze the area, causing Midoriya to express his frustration. Amidst explosions, Midoriya decided to confront 𝗏𝗏 directly, leaving the dual-haired boy to guard their weapon. He raced downstairs, ready to face 𝗏𝗏, who was eager for a fight. The tension built as they prepared for their inevitable clash. It seemed that movement was impossible for the hero. Midoriya scoffed, feeling a sense of familiarity with the quirk he faced, but he couldn't quite place it. 𝗏𝗏 pondered to himself, trying to connect the dots. Suddenly, the navy-haired boy shouted, "𝗏𝗏𝗏 burst." He lunged at Midoriya with a kick, but Midoriya leaped up, seized his shoulder, and flung him against the wall, using his BLD to immobilize him. The yellow-blonde boy with a streak of black electricity in his hair remarked on the strength of the red-haired kid, questioning his quirk. All Might explained that it was liquid control, specifically BLD. Another boy with spiky red hair asked if that was even possible, to which All Might confirmed it was. Villains win. Heroes lose, All Might announced. The heroes were unable to move, leading to their defeat. The dual-haired boy was taken aback by how swiftly it all unfolded. He hadn't even needed to intervene. That was fast, he thought to himself. The day continued with various rounds until class ended. Midoriya walked home, lost in thought. Suddenly, 𝗏𝗏 called out to him, and Midoriya turned, startled. 𝗏𝗏 warned him that his secret would be discovered, claiming that his quirk was too familiar. Midoriya brushed him off and continued walking. 𝗏𝗏 shouted for him not to walk away, but Midoriya retorted defiantly and took off, using his BLD to swing between buildings. He slipped into an alleyway, disappearing from 𝗏𝗏's sight. With a smirk, Midoriya made his way to the forest and eventually returned to the cabin where 𝗁𝐷𝐵 was waiting, looking bored. 𝗁𝐷𝐵 asked how school was, and Midoriya replied that it was fine but that he already disliked everyone. 𝗁𝐵𝐵 chuckled at his remark. After dyeing his hair red, Midoriya returned, noting that someone had seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place them. 𝗁𝐵𝐵 inquired about the name, and Midoriya mentioned it might have been Shoto. 𝗁𝐵𝐵 muttered that his brother had made it into the academy, prompting Midoriya to recall that he had referred to 𝗁𝐵𝐵 for so long that he had forgotten his last name. 𝗁𝐵𝐵 insisted that Midoriya not reveal his identity, as he was believed to be dead, and Midoriya agreed. 𝗁𝐵𝐵 then suggested a killing spree, to which Midoriya nonchalantly agreed. After their usual escapades, they returned to the cabin and went to sleep in their respective rooms. The next day, Midoriya prepared for another day at UA. Alright class. Today we're going to the USJ for training with pro hero, please get ready, Aizawa announced. Excitement buzzed through the class as they boarded the bus. Midoriya sat beside Todoroki, amused by the irony that his brother thought he was dead. Upon arriving at the USJ, they entered the facility. Hello students. I'm Pro Hero 13, and I'll be assisting with your training, she announced. Kirishima, the red-haired boy, exclaimed about the fake villains. Aizawa and 13 turned, alarmed, warning the students to stay back as those were real villains. Midoriya smirked inwardly, recalling 𝗁𝐵𝐵's tales of the League of Villains. He wondered how the situation would unfold and if he could join in. Suddenly, 13 shouted for everyone to get out of the way, but it was too late. Midoriya was engulfed in purple smoke and vanished, taken hostage. He found himself next to Shigaraki, who demanded that Aizawa give up all might in exchange for Midoriya. Sup, Shigaraki, Midoriya whispered, causing Shigaraki to turn, startled. Midoriya only smirked in response. Aizawa charged at Shigaraki, but a giant Nomu intercepted him, slamming him into the ground. The scent of BLD filled the air, triggering something primal within Midoriya. His eyes glowed red as he struggled to maintain his composure. Shigaraki questioned what was happening, and Midoriya laughed maniacally, his BLD draining from his back and transforming into a monstrous form that attacked. Confused, Shigaraki wondered why Midoriya wasn't targeting him. Kurogiri then knocked Midoriya out, forcing him to reabsorb his BLD before he lost consciousness. It seems one of the students managed to escape, Kurogiri whispered to Shigaraki. Shigaraki expressed his frustration, and just then, All Might burst through the door, demanding the return of his student. Shigaraki laughed, realizing they wouldn't need to retreat. The Nomu attacked All Might, but he proved to be stronger and defeated it. With that, the League of Villains fled, taking Midoriya with them. No! All Might screamed in anguish. Soon, other heroes arrived to apprehend the remaining villains and assist the injured students. Cementos asked who was missing, and All Might grimly replied that they had taken Midoriya. Cementos reassured him that they would find him or that he might escape on his own. Meanwhile, Midoriya regained consciousness, strapped to a chair with chains and locks. Kurogiri informed Shigaraki that he was awake. Shigaraki, confused, demanded to know how Midoriya knew his name. Midoriya smirked, revealing that the League had taken him and asked for a promise of secrecy. Does the name Kyoki ring a bell? Midoriya asked. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock, and Kurogiri's expression changed as he recognized the infamous name. You're the notorious Kyoki? Kurogiri asked, astonished. Midoriya confirmed with a smirk, explaining he was at UA to gather information. Shigaraki pressed for clarification on how Midoriya knew him, and Midoriya explained that information circulated in the villain community. He mentioned that one of Shigaraki's thugs had tried to recruit him, which led to his knowledge of Shigaraki's name. Well, Kyoki, we thought you were on the hero's side. You would have attacked us otherwise. I assume you work with 𝗁𝐵𝐵? Kurogiri inquired. Midoriya chuckled, confirming that 𝗁𝗁𝐵's reputation also spread among villains. Yes, we work together. We're known as the Villain Brothers, Midoriya said casually. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. With that, he stood up, ready to make his next move. He undid the chains using his BLD as a key. Shigaraki was taken aback, questioning how 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 managed to escape. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 casually mentioned his quirk and asked where the door was. 𝗟𝗏 pointed it out, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 decided to leave, dismissing Shigaraki's offer to join him. As he walked away, Shigaraki muttered in frustration. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 left the base and began his long walk home, aware that he needed to stay low since heroes were searching for him. He still had no idea how to explain his absence at school the next day. As he strolled, he unexpectedly startled 𝗟𝗶𝐻, who was surprised to see him so early. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 asked if he wasn't supposed to be in school for another 3 hours. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained that he had come back early after a group of villains attacked during a field trip, and he managed to escape. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 inquired about who had taken him, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 revealed it was Shigaraki and his crew. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 expressed his understanding, noting that they would take a hostage without hesitation, and asked if 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 had revealed his identity. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 reassured him that they didn't know his real identity, so it was fine. After arriving home, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 removed the hair dye, deciding to keep his hair green this time, as he had no intention of causing trouble that night. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 then showed him a news report discussing his situation, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 chuckled, anticipating a humorous day at school when he would have to return. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 agreed, sharing in the amusement. The rest of the day passed, and Class 1A was left startled and worried about one of their classmates being kidnapped, realizing it could have been any one of them. The next day, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 got ready and headed to school. Upon entering, he noticed the surprised expressions of his classmates. Aizawa, confused, asked how he had escaped and why he was there. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 smirked, claiming it was easy to break out. Aizawa, skeptical, activated his quirk, questioning why 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 wasn't melting. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained that it was indeed him and that he had experience with hostage situations. Aizawa, still doubtful, asked how he had no injuries. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained that his quirk had healing properties and that he had escaped while the villains were asleep. Aizawa sighed and told him to sit down. As 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 took his seat, his classmates stared at him, puzzled by his comment about not being new to hostage situations. He knew they would be curious during lunch. When lunchtime arrived, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 went downstairs to eat, only to be surrounded by a group of classmates. Kirishima asked him what he meant by not being new to such situations. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained that he had been kidnapped before and had trained himself to escape from situations like that. They gathered around a lunch table which included Kirishima, Siro, Sato, Kaminari, and Tokoyami. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 sat across from them, and Kaminari asked what he meant by training himself. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 explained that as future heroes, they needed to be prepared for such scenarios. Kirishima admired 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻's resolve, while Tokoyami asked how he had escaped. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 shared that his quirk allowed him to manipulate liquids, and he had made a key from his BLD to unlock himself. Sato cheered in amazement, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 took the opportunity to inquire about their quirks, jotting down notes, which puzzled them but went unchallenged. After the USJ incident, security had heightened, and the media was relentless in their pursuit of information about UA. While they were eating, an alarm suddenly blared, causing chaos in the cafeteria. Kirishima shouted in confusion, and Kaminari suggested they follow the crowd. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 sighed but stood up, unbothered by the commotion. As he approached the emergency exit, Ida stood up, trying to maintain order amidst the chaos. He urged everyone to remain calm and exit in an orderly fashion. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 couldn't help but snicker at Ida's earnestness and snapped a picture. The alarm was soon revealed to be a false alarm, and the crowd settled down. Outside, reporters clamored to get in, demanding an interview with All Might. Aizawa, visibly frustrated, told them to leave, warning that they were on private property. Present Mike suggested they could force the reporters out, but Aizawa cautioned against it, knowing the press could twist the narrative. Eventually, Aizawa threatened to call the police, and the reporters reluctantly departed. Later in class, Aizawa announced that they needed to choose a class president. Kirishima eagerly volunteered, and the class buzzed with suggestions. Ida proposed a vote, but Kaminari pointed out that everyone would likely vote for themselves. Aizawa decided they would simply have to vote anyway. When the results came in, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 was unexpectedly elected as president. Kirishima expressed his surprise, and Aizawa confirmed the results. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 feigned humility, suggesting Ida would be better suited for the role. Aizawa left the decision to him, and Midoriya stepped down, allowing Ida to take the position. With that settled, Aizawa made an announcement about the upcoming UA Sports Festival, urging everyone to prepare and not embarrass him. Midoriya walked home, spotting 𝗟𝗶𝗸 as he was about to head out. Midoriya asked where 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was going. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 replied that they were almost out of hair dye and he was going to buy some more. Midoriya acknowledged this and went inside the house. He washed out the blue dye and applied red, planning to go somewhere. Once 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was out of sight, Midoriya left a note and exited the cabin. The note read that he would be back soon, feeling a bit bored and planning to find some excitement. Before leaving, Midoriya grabbed a couple of weapons. He zipped through the trees using his quirk, which involved manipulating his own BLD. His body had adapted to replenish BLD quickly, so he wasn't overly concerned about losing any, although he still collected it back to avoid leaving a trail. Swinging through the trees like a character from an action movie, Midoriya eventually reached the edge of the forest and began walking. It was around 5:30 p.m. He slipped into an alleyway, hiding and searching for a target. His crimson eyes glowed in the dim light. After a while, he spotted someone who caught his interest. Enjoying the thrill, he liked to toy with his victims before finishing them off. He pulled out a gun and shot the victim's legs, eliciting a painful scream that made Midoriya chuckle. Approaching the victim, he concealed the gun. The victim cried for help, and Midoriya pretended to be concerned. When the victim expressed their inability to walk, Midoriya feigned sympathy before revealing his true intentions. As he drained the victim of their BLD, he let out a laugh and jumped off to find someone else, leaving behind the word 𝐾𝐿 as his signature. Meanwhile, a raven-haired man in goggles and a black suit whispered to himself that he had a lead on the infamous 𝐾𝐿. Unbeknownst to him, he was following Midoriya. Midoriya found another potential victim when the raven-haired man, now clearly revealed to be Aizawa, intervened. His hair rose as he activated his quirk, warning the victim to escape. The victim quickly fled. Midoriya chuckled at Aizawa's intervention, and Aizawa questioned why 𝐾𝐿 looked so familiar. Midoriya lied, suggesting that Aizawa might have met a brother of his. When Aizawa pressed for details about this brother, Midoriya mentioned a name that piqued Aizawa's interest. Aizawa, realizing the connection, demanded to know how Midoriya knew him. Midoriya claimed to have been watching from a distance after leaving his family. Aizawa, frustrated, insisted on taking Midoriya into custody. Midoriya laughed, pulling out a gun, and Aizawa expressed confusion about where he had obtained it. Midoriya lied about his age, claiming to be 25, and suggested that his quirk made him appear younger. As Aizawa jumped at him, Midoriya dodged, grabbing Aizawa's arm and throwing him to the ground. He tied Aizawa up using his BLD, ensuring Aizawa was bound by his own DNA, and covered his eyes with Aizawa's scarf to prevent him from using his quirk. Midoriya laughed, saying it had been a fun chat and that Aizawa should tell his brother he said hello. He noted that he had left when his brother was just 3 years old. As he ran off, Aizawa, now free, grumbled about letting him escape but resolved to uncover 𝐾𝐿's identity. Midoriya returned to the cabin after encountering a few more victims. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 was there with bags and asked why he took so long. Midoriya explained he had been out for a couple of hours. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 mentioned he had come back 30 minutes ago with food and hair dye. Midoriya said he needed to shower and would talk later. When 𝗟𝗶𝗸 inquired about how many people Midoriya had killed, he replied that he had 4 in total but had a run-in with a hero, which limited his time. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 asked which hero it was, and Midoriya revealed it was Aizawa, adding that he had pretended to be his brother. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 laughed, wondering how Midoriya would handle the situation the next day. Midoriya assured him he had a plan, and 𝗟𝗶𝗸 suggested that if it failed, they could burn the school down. Midoriya chuckled and went to the bathroom, washing out the red dye to reveal his grassy green hair. He dyed it blue and then joined 𝗟𝗶𝗸 in the living room. They talked and used their phones until they grew tired and went to sleep. The next day, Midoriya entered the school, mentally reviewing his plan. He knew he couldn't slip up, otherwise, his identity would be exposed. Before class started, Aizawa caught up with him and pulled him aside. Aizawa asked if Midoriya had an older brother who was about 9 years older. Midoriya, maintaining his facade, claimed his mother used to talk about someone like that, but he had never met him. When Aizawa inquired about the brother's name, Midoriya said it was never mentioned, only referred to as older brother. Aizawa groaned in frustration, and Midoriya, feigning innocence, asked why Aizawa was asking. Aizawa explained that he had encountered someone who looked too familiar. Aizawa mentioned that someone claimed to be Midoriya's brother, which puzzled Midoriya since that person had been declared dead. As Aizawa pieced together the clues, he decided to speak with Midoriya later and hurried off. Midoriya continued to class, feeling a mix of slyness and guilt about the lie he had just told. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed a group of classmates huddled around a phone. Curious, he asked what was happening, and Kaminari informed him about a recent encounter Aizawa had with a mysterious individual named Kyoki, who had somehow survived an encounter. Kaminari excitedly showed Midoriya the video, which made him uneasy. He thought to himself that he should have dealt with the situation before it became public. Tokoyami pointed out that Kyoki bore a resemblance to Midoriya, noting their similar red eyes and fangs. Midoriya, trying to keep his composure, explained that Aizawa had mentioned Kyoki claimed to be his long-lost brother. Kirishima expressed surprise at the revelation, asking how Midoriya felt about having a villainous brother. Midoriya shrugged it off, stating that he had never been close to him. After Kirishima apologized for bringing it up, Midoriya settled into his seat, mentally vowing to find Kyoki and confront him. Later, Aizawa pondered the implications of Kyoki's past, realizing that he needed to capture him. He took a moment to drink some water before heading to class, where he announced that the upcoming week would feature the sports festival. The students buzzed with excitement as the day progressed. Midoriya returned home, feeling a surge of determination as he thought about the festival and the chance to gather intelligence on his classmates' quirks. On Monday, the day of the UA Sports Festival, Midoriya entered the venue with his freshly dyed blue hair, joining his classmates who were buzzing with anticipation. Aizawa directed them to their waiting rooms, separating the boys and girls for changing. As everyone donned their UA gym uniforms, Kirishima expressed his eagerness for the competition, while Bakugo confidently declared he would win. Midoriya playfully challenged Bakugo, teasing him about his previous defeat in a training exercise. Bakugo, frustrated, attempted to confront Midoriya, but Midoriya skillfully used his quirk to pin Bakugo against the wall, showcasing his newfound confidence. As the class prepared to head out onto the field, Midoriya released Bakugo, who was now aware that he couldn't retaliate on national television. The students stepped onto the field, drawing the attention of the audience, as Present Mic announced the start of the sports festival. The first event was a race, and the students lined up at the starting point. With a loud signal, they took off running. Midoriya, eager to outshine Bakugo, decided to give it his all. He skillfully maneuvered through the obstacles, using his quirk to swing past the robots while Todoroki maintained a steady lead. Midoriya soon caught up, playfully greeting Todoroki as he passed him. The race continued with various challenges, including a pit filled with uneven terrain. Midoriya expertly propelled himself over the obstacles, while Todoroki created an ice path to keep pace. As the race progressed, Bakugo and Todoroki exchanged positions, vying for second place. Midoriya, however, secured his lead. When they reached a minefield, Midoriya devised a clever strategy, manipulating the mines with his quirk to create a massive explosion that stunned everyone. Using the resulting chaos, he zoomed past Bakugo and Todoroki, finishing in first place, with Bakugo and Todoroki following closely behind. Present Mic announced Midoriya as the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Midoriya's mind wandered to darker thoughts, imagining the chaos that could ensue. Dabi, watching from a distance, chuckled at the unfolding events, amused by the naivety of the students who remained unaware of the villain lurking among them. As the next round was announced, Present Mic explained that it would be a free-for-all competition where students would fight each other for points. Midoriya, holding the highest point band, felt the weight of the stares from his peers as they prepared for the battles ahead. They entered the arena, ready to face one another in a test of strength and strategy. Once everyone was ready, Present Mic shouted at the top of his lungs to begin the event. With that, everyone charged after 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻, who laughed as he used his quirk to immobilize them. They were all halted in their tracks, unable to move. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 snickered, pleased with his success. Present Mic announced that 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 had managed to tie everyone down to the arena floor. As he collected the bands from his opponents, he jumped into the air and created a platform, sitting comfortably while watching the chaos unfold below him. At this point, he had released the bindings. 𝗏𝐿 leaped up to the platform, attempting to snatch the bands from 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 but failed. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 then surrounded himself with a protective barrier and took a moment to relax. Present Mic commented on 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻's clever strategy. Frustrated, 𝗏𝐿 abandoned his attempt and turned his attention to other competitors. Soon, the time was up and the next activity was announced. Present Mic declared that they would be engaging in one-on-one matches. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 had secured first place in the previous round, with 𝗏𝗏 in second and 𝗏𝐿 in third. Everyone moved to the stands to await their turns. The first match was set to be 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 against ☆𝗏𝐿, but they had a brief break before the fight. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 took the opportunity to hydrate. At last, it was time for 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 to face ☆𝗏𝐿. As they entered the battle arena, ☆𝗏𝐿's purple hair floated around him, and his tired eyes were framed by dark circles. Present Mic announced the start of the match. Without wasting any time, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 launched BLD projectiles at ☆𝗏𝐿. ☆𝗏𝐿 attempted to engage in conversation, expressing jealousy, but 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 dismissed him, quickly sending ☆𝗏𝐿 out of the arena. The crowd erupted in excitement. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 returned to the stands to watch the other matches. ☏𝗏 had won against ☆𝗟𝗏, meaning he would be 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻's next opponent. ☆𝗏𝗏 found it amusing that he would be fighting 𝗂𝗏𝐻's brother, considering his complicated family dynamics. When it was finally ☆𝗏𝗏's turn to face ☏𝗏, he stepped onto the battlefield, noticing that ☏𝗏 looked as serious as ever. Present Mic shouted for the match to begin. ☏𝗏 unleashed a barrage of ice toward ☆𝗏𝗏, who soared into the air and charged at ☏𝗏. As ☏𝗏 sent another wave of ice, ☆𝗏𝗏 countered with his BLD, which melted the ice and allowed him to evade the attack. ☆𝗏𝗏 cleverly flung some BLD at the walls behind ☏𝗏, using it to propel himself forward. ☏𝗏 stumbled but managed to catch himself with ice. ☆𝗏𝗏 questioned why ☏𝗏 wasn't using his fire powers, to which ☏𝗏 pointed out his father's anger at him for not using that ability. ☆𝗏𝗏 found this reasoning petty but decided to focus on winning instead. As ☏𝗏 charged at ☆𝗏𝗏, he defended himself with a wall of BLD. The ice barrage continued, and frost began to accumulate on ☆𝗏𝗏's skin. He challenged ☏𝗏 to fight with all his might, but ☏𝗏, filled with frustration, revealed his troubled past with his father. ☆𝗏𝗏, uninterested in ☏𝗏's backstory, retaliated with a solid punch to ☏𝗏's gut. ☏𝗏 staggered back, memories flooding his mind. Suddenly, flames erupted from his skin. ☆𝗏𝗏 noted that he might have inadvertently helped his opponent. With the ice melting away, ☏𝗏 was engulfed in fire. ☆𝗏𝗏 seized the opportunity, lifting ☏𝗏 and throwing him out of bounds. Present Mic announced ☆𝗏𝗏 as the winner, and he smirked, confident in his abilities. As ☆𝗏𝗏 returned to the stands, 𝗏𝗏 prepared to face 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 charged at 𝗏𝗏, who summoned Dark Shadow, but it was ineffective against 𝗏𝗏's explosive quirk. The match ended quickly, with 𝗏𝗏 emerging victorious. Now it was time for the final showdown, 𝗏𝗏 versus ☆𝗏𝗏. Present Mic announced the match with enthusiasm, and the crowd roared as a chill swept through the arena. ☆𝗏𝗏 took his position, grinning as he prepared to give it his all. 𝗏𝗏 wore an intense expression, determined to defeat ☆𝗏𝗏. With the signal to begin, 𝗏𝗏 charged at ☆𝗏𝗏, who remained still, a smile stretching across his face. 𝗏𝗏 shouted in anger, threatening to defeat him. Just as 𝗏𝗏 was about to unleash a powerful explosion, ☆𝗏𝗏 soared into the air, revealing BLD wings. 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback, but ☆𝗏𝗏 quickly launched a BLD spike down toward him. 𝗏𝗏 dodged, rolling to avoid the attack. He retaliated with an explosion, but ☆𝗏𝗏 effortlessly evaded and countered with more BLD spikes, all while maintaining a playful demeanor. Midoriya enjoyed toying with 𝗏𝐾𝐭, waiting for the right moment to strike. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 managed to land a hit, but Midoriya quickly healed the wound with his BLD. His crimson eyes glowed ominously, sending chills through the audience, including 𝗏𝐾𝐭. Midoriya leaped at 𝗏𝐾𝐭, grabbing him and flapping his BLD wings vigorously, sending them both plummeting toward the ground. The speed of their descent was exhilarating, and the crowd watched in anticipation of what would happen next. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 could face defeat. Just as they were about to hit the ground, something unexpected occurred. Midoriya altered the trajectory of their fall. Instead of plummeting downwards, they were flung to the side. This surprised everyone, but they adapted quickly. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 was on the verge of flying out of bounds but managed to regain control and launched himself at Midoriya again. He attempted to grab Midoriya, but Midoriya countered by twisting 𝗏𝐾𝐭's arm behind his back. Midoriya declared that he was done playing around and intended to win. 𝗏𝐾𝐭, undeterred, scowled and used his explosions to break free from Midoriya's grip. However, just as he prepared to attack, he suddenly found himself unable to move and felt an unusual dryness. Looking down, he noticed a significant amount of his BLD on the ground. He realized he couldn't move and whimpered in frustration. Present Mic announced Midoriya as the winner, and Midoriya returned 𝗏𝐾𝐭's BLD to his body, laughing triumphantly. As the results were announced, Present Mic declared Aoi Aka in first place, Katsuki 𝗏𝐾𝐭 in second, and 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐻 Tokoyami in third. All Might leaped from the stadium roof to the podium, eliciting cheers from the crowd as the wind swept over them. He congratulated Tokoyami with a medal, and when he attempted to give one to 𝗏𝐾𝐭, 𝗏𝐾𝐭 refused, resulting in All Might playfully strapping it to his nose. Finally, All Might placed the winner's medal around Midoriya's neck, praising his performance. Midoriya reflected on how just a year ago, he had been told he couldn't achieve his dreams. Now, he felt like a new person, leaving his old self behind. He anticipated that soon, everyone would be calling his name. After the event, they all returned home. Midoriya entered the cabin to find 𝗂𝗏 engrossed in his phone. 𝗂𝗏 couldn't help but laugh at the antics of their rivals, and Midoriya joined in, recalling how he had to restrain himself during the competition. 𝗂𝗏 remarked on how surprising it would be for everyone once they learned Midoriya's true identity. After a refreshing shower that revealed his green hair, Midoriya decided to dye it red for an upcoming mission. He dressed and noticed 𝗂𝗏 had left the cabin. Curiosity piqued, he discovered a large box in his room. He wondered aloud what was inside and opened it to find various equipment along with a note. The note congratulated him and hinted at the reactions he would get once his true identity was revealed. Midoriya chuckled, recognizing 𝗂𝗏's handwriting. Inside the box were new guns, a concealable knife, a villain outfit, a cool mask, better hair dye, a sword, smoke bombs, and hair bleach for quick dye removal. Midoriya smirked at the thought of the big reveal and donned the new villain outfit, which was a sleek black suit made of stretchy material with hidden compartments. The dark green shoes had a secret compartment for the knife, completing his look. Feeling empowered, Midoriya decided to venture out at night. He usually preferred daylight for his missions, but tonight he wanted to test his new gear, including the night vision mask. 𝗂𝗏 returned just before Midoriya left and asked when he would be back. Midoriya assured him he would return before midnight, and with a smirk, he stepped out the door, adjusting his mask as he went. The cold night air brushed against his red-dyed hair as he summoned his BLD wings and took to the sky. He soared through the night, his black outfit blending seamlessly with the darkness, although his red hair and wings were a stark contrast. Arriving in the city, he reabsorbed his wings and began walking through dimly lit alleyways, driven by an urge to kill without a specific target in mind. As he wandered, a chilling scream echoed through the air, prompting his curiosity. Following the sound, he stumbled upon a scene involving a pro hero and a tall man covered in swords, wearing a red-eye mask, Stain. The pro hero lay lifeless, a sword embedded in his chest. Midoriya played with the BLD pooling around the body, greeting Stain and introducing himself as 𝐾𝐿. Stain, recognizing the name, prepared for a confrontation. Midoriya, however, had no intention of fighting him. He only sought the thrill of bloodshed. He expressed his fascination with BLD and questioned 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿's motives for killing the hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 explained that he believed fake heroes deserve to be eliminated, while 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 shared his own twisted philosophy about BLD being the essence of life and death. The night continued, filled with tension and dark intentions, as 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 reveled in the chaos surrounding him. That's why, besides my quirk makes me this way, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 thought. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 questioned his presence, wondering what he was still doing there. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 chuckled and pointed to the wall, prompting 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 to turn around and see his name alongside 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 written there. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 was taken aback, asking how he managed that. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 explained that his quirk allowed him to do such things but chose not to disclose the specifics. He prepared to leave, and 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 dismissed him with a scoff. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 opted to walk through the streets instead of the alleyways, feeling safe enough at that hour. As he strolled, he sensed someone trailing him. With a smirk, he slipped into an alleyway to hide. The footsteps followed, and soon a man entered the alley, exuding a menacing aura and brandishing a gun. He mumbled to himself, searching for 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿. Using his quirk, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 created a spike from his BLD and moved it through the man's back, eliciting a pained scream as the gun fell from his grasp. The man coughed, BLD escaping his lips. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 leaped down from his hiding spot on the roof, questioning the man about his intentions. The spike remained embedded in the man's back, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 maintained control over it, feeling the man's fear. The man, realizing who he was dealing with, trembled and pleaded for his life. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 smirked, refusing to grant mercy. He began to drain the man's BLD, forming a puddle beneath him as the spike lifted him off the ground. Eventually, the man succumbed, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 dropped his lifeless body, taking the gun left behind as a trophy. He glanced back at the scene, laughing at the chaos he left behind, anticipating the shock when his identity was revealed. In a police investigation, Detective 𝐂𝐮𝐽 sighed as he reviewed the file on 𝐾𝐿, noting the increasing kill count and lack of leads. He pondered the connection to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 from UA, speculating that their quirks might be similar. As he sipped his coffee, he recalled another case, that of Izuku 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, who had been missing for over a year. The similarities between their quirks troubled him, but he dismissed the idea that 𝐾𝐿 could be 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, knowing the latter was presumed dead. An officer entered, asking if 𝐂𝐮𝐽 was alright, noticing he was still working late. 𝐂𝐮𝐽 expressed his frustration over the case, feeling helpless as the murders continued. The officer empathized, acknowledging the pain of the victims. Suddenly, 𝐂𝐮𝐽 sensed something was off. He turned to the officer, questioning his identity. The officer's laughter sent chills down his spine. When he turned fully, he found 𝐾𝐿 standing before him, gun in hand. 𝐂𝐮𝐽's heart raced as he demanded to know what 𝐾𝐿 wanted. The villain revealed his intent to eliminate anyone investigating him, stating he was here to kill 𝐂𝐮𝐽. 𝐂𝐮𝐽's eyes widened as he realized the file he had been reviewing was about Izuku 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿. 𝐾𝐿 confirmed his identity, removing his mask to reveal his face. 𝐂𝐮𝐽 was in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 could be alive. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 explained that he had not died but had hidden away, mocking the ignorance of those who thought otherwise. The dimly lit room heightened the tension as 𝐂𝐮𝐽 confronted 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, demanding to know why he was committing such heinous acts. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, with a sinister smile, bound 𝐂𝐮𝐽 to his chair using a BLD bind and began recounting his painful past, including his mother's neglect and the impact of 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐻𝐸's actions on his life. 𝐂𝐮𝐽, though sympathetic, insisted that killing was never justified. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 laughed, acknowledging the truth in 𝐂𝐮𝐽's words while revealing that it was precisely why he continued his rampage. 𝐂𝐮𝐽 questioned the changes in 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿's appearance, from his red hair to his fangs, and the connection to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿's laughter echoed in the room as he confirmed his identity, leaving 𝐂𝐮𝐽 in a state of shock and fear. The detective struggled to reconcile the warm-hearted persona he had seen during the festival with the monster before him. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 dismissed his confusion, revealing the truth behind his transformation and the darkness that had taken hold of him. 𝐼𝐻𝼖𝐻 felt a rush of excitement as he prepared to confront 𝐂𝐮𝐽. He had a sharp spike of BLD extending from his back, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, gripping a knife. Tsukachi, sensing the danger, pleaded for his life, claiming he wouldn't tell anyone. Midoriya dismissed the detective's words, confident in his ability to see through the lies. With a sinister grin, he launched the BLD spike toward Tsukachi. As Tsukachi braced for impact, the spike unexpectedly melted away. Confused, he opened one eye, only to feel the warm BLD trickle down his face. He was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, questioning if Midoriya was truly letting him live. Midoriya laughed at the hope in Tsukachi's eyes, but it was a cruel joke. He charged forward, reforming another spike and driving it into Tsukachi's back, followed by a swift stab to his chest with the knife. Tsukachi screamed, the pain overwhelming him as he fell unconscious. Midoriya watched with a twisted sense of satisfaction as the detective's body slumped to the ground. The scene was chaotic, BLD splattered across the papers, desk, chair, and floor. Midoriya quickly absorbed the BLD back into his body, ensuring there were no traces of his DNA left behind. He left his signature, 𝐾𝐿, on the walls before exiting the building, donning his mask once more. His new suit was stained, but he knew the cameras wouldn't capture his face, leaving no clues for the authorities. With a wide grin hidden beneath his mask, Midoriya walked out of the police station. Tsukachi had been the closest to uncovering his identity, and now he relished the chaos he had caused. He flew back to the cabin, where 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was outside, burning a body. Midoriya inquired about the situation, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 explained that a stranger had stumbled upon their hideout and met a grim fate. Midoriya chuckled, teasing 𝗟𝗶𝐻 about the BLD on his suit. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 groaned, insisting that Midoriya would be responsible for cleaning it this time. They shared a laugh as they entered the cabin. Midoriya, feeling triumphant, revealed that he had killed Tsukachi, 𝐼𝐚𝐬's friend, who was close to solving his case. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 laughed, knowing the repercussions would be significant, especially for 𝐼𝐚𝐬. Later that night, both of them fell asleep in their respective rooms, unaware of the storm that was about to unfold. The following day, officers arrived at the police station, initially unaware of the horror awaiting them. As they approached Tsukachi's office, they noticed BLD on the floor. Bursting through the door, they were met with a gruesome sight. Tsukachi lay lifeless, 2 stab wounds marking his body. An officer screamed in disbelief, rushing to his fallen comrade. They quickly realized the implications of the word 𝐾𝐿 scrawled on the wall. The officers scrambled to check the cameras, revealing footage of 𝐾𝐿. Leaving Tsukachi's office, covered in BLD questions flooded their minds as they pondered why 𝐾𝐿 would target someone he had never met. They searched Tsukachi's desk for any clues, but all they found was a file on 𝐾𝐿, with no notes or leads left behind. News of the detective's death spread rapidly, making headlines across the media. 𝐼𝐚𝐬, sipping coffee while scrolling through his phone, stumbled upon the article. His heart sank as he read Tsukachi's name, and he rushed to the station, desperate to confirm the truth. Upon arrival, he was met with the grim reality of his friend's death, tears streaming down his face as he vowed to seek justice. Meanwhile, Midoriya took his time getting ready for school, oblivious to the turmoil he had caused. Upon arriving at UA, he was struck by the somber atmosphere in Class 1. Kirishima informed him of Tsukachi's murder at the hands of 𝐾𝐿, and Midoriya feigned sadness, struggling to maintain his composure. Aizawa entered the classroom, urging the students to focus on their upcoming internships despite the tragedy. He distributed invitations from various heroes, and the students had until Thursday to decide whom they would intern with. Midoriya, intrigued, noted that he had received an invitation from 𝗟𝗏𝐻. That's odd. Didn't Midoriya just beat up 𝗟𝗶𝐻's son? He wondered how 𝗟𝗶𝐻 would react. Who else could be involved? Best Jeanist, Hawks, Edgeshot, and others came to mind. A slight smirk appeared on his face as he thought about it. With a nod, Aizawa announced the start of class. The day unfolded like any other, filled with the usual routine. Once class was over, Midoriya returned to the cabin, invitations in hand, and showed them to 𝗟𝗶𝐻. 𝗟𝗶𝐻, sipping his coffee, asked if someone wanted him. Midoriya replied that he was considering going. It was unusual for someone to invite him after he had beaten their son, and he was curious about the reason behind it. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 understood. Midoriya had already readied his hair back to red and was lounging on the couch. There wasn't much to do. It was either causing chaos, attending school, or relaxing at home. He usually preferred his nighttime escapades, and with school finished, he settled in for a wait until nightfall. When night fell, Midoriya suited up and left the house, slipping into the night sky and emerging in an alleyway. There, he discovered a pro-hero and a villain tied up. The pro-hero was none other than Eraserhead. He questioned Midoriya's presence, to which Midoriya casually replied that he was on his usual nighttime activities and had just happened to find him there. Eraserhead quickly activated his quirk and charged at Midoriya. Midoriya taunted him, pulling out a gun and firing a shot that grazed Eraserhead. In the ensuing struggle, Midoriya managed to stab Eraserhead in a non-vital area, causing him to cry out in pain. Midoriya then discreetly put away his knife and suggested that Eraserhead seek medical attention, as the injury could become serious if he bled out. Despite his injury, Eraserhead attempted to fight back, tackling Midoriya. However, Midoriya kicked him off and used his quirk to shoot BLD toward Eraserhead's eyes. He laughed, declaring his victory and revealing that he had done his research on all pro-heroes and villains, knowing their identities. Eraserhead, now weakened, expressed his frustration, but Midoriya simply stated he would be leaving and wished him luck escaping his restraints. A week passed, and Aizawa announced that it was time for the students to depart for their internships. The class boarded a bus to the train station, where they said their goodbyes and boarded their respective trains. Midoriya found himself on the same train as Todoroki, who was less than pleased to see him. Midoriya revealed he was interning with 𝗟𝗏𝐻, which made Todoroki groan in annoyance. Upon arriving at 𝗟𝗏𝐻's agency, they were greeted and offered food. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 expressed his satisfaction with Midoriya's choice to intern there, though Midoriya sensed the underlying tension. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 explained their schedule for the week, emphasizing the importance of their patrols. Midoriya thought to himself that the tasks seemed simple and unchallenging, which was not ideal for him. After finishing breakfast, the trio began their patrol. Midoriya, with his villainous tendencies, felt the urge to cause trouble but knew he had to remain cautious to avoid getting caught. The days passed with nothing particularly interesting happening until Friday, the last day of their internship. During the nighttime patrol, 𝗟𝗏𝐻 announced they would be heading to Hosu to confront a new villain known as 𝗟𝗓𝐻. They boarded a train, unaware of the chaos that awaited them. Meanwhile, in Hosu, a man with light blue hair, Shigaraki, ordered the release of the Nomu, causing panic to erupt throughout the city. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 and the internship students found themselves in the midst of the chaos, working together to take down the monstrous creatures. As they patrolled, Midoriya noticed something that caught his attention and discreetly slipped away into an alley. There he found Iida in a precarious situation, facing 𝗟𝗓𝐻. Iida called out to him, surprised to see Midoriya. 𝗟𝗓𝐻, noticing Midoriya's presence, dismissed him as just another wannabe hero. Midoriya remained calm and confronted 𝗟𝗓𝐻, insisting he leave Iida alone. 𝗟𝗓𝐻 argued that Iida was a false hero seeking revenge, which prompted Iida to reveal the truth about his brother's fate. Midoriya contemplated his options, weighing the consequences of saving Iida against the potential pain it could bring later. Determined, Midoriya challenged 𝗟𝗓𝐻, asserting he would fight him himself. 𝗟𝗓𝐻 scoffed at the idea, but Midoriya was confident. He knew he had to be clever with his quirk, so he manipulated his BLD to make it appear as if 𝗟𝗓𝐻 had successfully injured him, preparing for the confrontation ahead. 𝗟𝗓𝐻 laughed menacingly as he liked his sword, taunting Midoriya about the fate of his friend. Suddenly, 𝗟𝗓𝐻 found himself unable to move. Midoriya chuckled triumphantly as he approached 𝗟𝗓𝐻, revealing that he had turned 𝗟𝗓𝐻's own quirk against him. 𝗟𝗓𝐻's frustration was palpable as he spat out insults, but Midoriya was unfazed. He then used his abilities to envelop Iida and Native in a protective layer of BLD, healing their injuries. Despite this, Iida expressed his annoyance at still being unable to move. Midoriya sighed in exasperation and used a BLD rope to lift both Iida and Native, intertwining the ropes and carrying them out, the solidified BLD extending from his back. As he walked, he called out to Iida's internship teacher, who looked confused and asked what he needed. Midoriya informed him that 𝐻𝐻𝐸 and native were hurt and needed assistance, extending the BLD rope toward the teacher. After handing off his friends, he reabsorbed the BLD and returned to confront 𝐼𝐶, who remained bound and helpless. Midoriya secured 𝐼𝐶 with additional BLD binds, confiscating all his weapons, including one hidden in his sleeve. He then carried 𝐼𝐶 out just as he had with 𝐻𝐻𝐸. 𝗟𝗶𝐵, observing from a distance, was impressed but recognized that 𝐼𝐶 was merely an obstacle. Another pro-hero shouted in disbelief at Midoriya's ability to capture 𝐼𝐶 so easily. Midoriya explained that he had made 𝐼𝐶 use his own quirk against him. The pro-hero then instructed Midoriya to come to the police station. Suddenly, a screeching 𝐼𝐻𝐬 charged at Midoriya. Reacting quickly, he ducked and created a BLD sword, which pierced the 𝐻𝐻𝐬, sending it crashing to the ground. Midoriya's confidence was evident as he challenged the creature. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 arrived on the scene, looking for answers. Midoriya informed him that he had captured 𝐼𝐶 and taken down the 𝐻𝐻𝐬, asking where to go next. 𝗟𝗏𝐻, surprised by Midoriya's success, insisted he accompany him to the station. Todoroki followed closely behind, and as they made their way through the aftermath of the chaos, Midoriya remained remarkably calm, casually walking with his hands in his pockets while holding a dangerous villain in the air. Upon reaching the station, Midoriya placed 𝐶 on the carpeted floor, keeping the binds intact. An officer, startled, recognized 𝐶 and questioned how Midoriya had managed to capture him without injury. Midoriya explained that his quirk allowed him to solidify his BLD into a binding form. He urged the officers to secure 𝐶 so he could reabsorb his BLD. The thick binds wrapped around 𝐶, effectively immobilizing him. As the officers searched 𝐶 for injuries or hidden weapons, they were astonished by Midoriya's method of capture. Midoriya, slightly annoyed, revealed the weapons he had taken from 𝐶. Once 𝐶 was secured, the officers released Midoriya, who absorbed the BLD bind back into his body, leaving a noticeable tear in his shirt, which he dismissed as unimportant. After the internship concluded, everyone returned home. Midoriya had not seen 𝗟𝗶𝐵 in a week and was eager to catch up. He trekked through the forest toward the cabin, where he found 𝗟𝗶𝐵 on his phone. Midoriya announced his return, and 𝗟𝗶𝐵 inquired about his week. Midoriya shared that his internship with 𝗟𝗏𝐻 had been dull, but he had managed to capture 𝐶, which was the highlight of his experience. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 expressed interest in joining the League of Villains, suggesting it would increase their chances of success. Midoriya agreed, and they planned to visit the League's base the next day. Midoriya dyed his hair red that night, preparing for their new venture. The following day, both Midoriya and 𝗟𝗶𝐵 donned their villain outfits and set off toward the League's base. The atmosphere buzzed with news of 𝐶's capture by Midoriya. Upon arrival, they were met with a defensive stance from a knife-wielding member. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 quickly reassured them that they were there to join. Kurojiru recognized them as the infamous Killer Brothers and asked why they wanted to join. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 explained their motivation, citing their association with 𝐶 as a reason for seeking a better opportunity. Shigaraki welcomed them and asked for introductions. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 simply stated his name, while Midoriya stepped forward, revealing his dark red hair and eyes, and introduced himself as 𝐾𝐞𝐭, leaving the rest of his identity shrouded in mystery. 𝐾𝐞𝐭 expressed his discomfort about sharing personal information, and 𝗟𝗶𝐵 agreed. Shigaraki made it clear that they didn't have to reveal their real names, but warned that betrayal would not be tolerated. Midoriya chuckled in response, and the other villains exchanged glances. The lizard man, Spinner, questioned Midoriya's age, noting that rumors suggested he was Midoriya refused to share, insisting he was not what others expected and requested to be called 𝐾𝐞𝐭. Spinner introduced himself, and Shigaraki thought about how having 𝐾𝐞𝐭 on their side would guarantee victory. Shigaraki then instructed everyone to return home but to share their contact numbers for future missions. Midoriya warned the group about his short temper before he and 𝗟𝗶𝐵 departed. Once back at the cabin, they settled into their roles within the League. After a week of training, they were equipped with superior weapons and skills. In school, 2 weeks after their internships, Aizawa announced an upcoming physics exam, prompting groans from the class. Kaminari complained about not knowing what to expect, but Aizawa insisted they needed to try if they wanted to attend the camp next week. The class's demeanor shifted as they realized the importance of the exam. During the exam, the class lined up outside a simulated city. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 revealed that each student would face a pro hero alone. The class reacted with disbelief, voicing their concerns about fairness. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 explained the rules. They could either fight and capture the pro hero, who would act as the villain, or escape by finding a specific box. Midoriya pondered his match against 𝐼𝐬𝐽, questioning whether 𝐼𝐬𝐽 had ulterior motives. He resolved to use a different fighting style and prepared strategically. As the matches progressed, most students managed to win against their teachers, who were clearly holding back. When it was Midoriya's turn, he and 𝐼𝐬𝐽 took their positions on opposite sides of the city. Midoriya considered his options. He could either confront 𝐼𝐬𝐽 or search for the cube. He decided to hide in an alleyway, using his BLD to camouflage himself. As 𝐼𝐬𝐽 walked through the city, Midoriya remained undetected. He prepared a BLD bind to ensnare 𝐼𝐬𝐽, while his classmates watched in awe. Midoriya launched the bind silently, but 𝐼𝐬𝐽 noticed just in time to evade it. Midoriya quickly adapted, charging at 𝐼𝐬𝐽 with a BLD pipe. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 activated his quirk, pulling Midoriya's BLD back into his body, but Midoriya was skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He dodged 𝐼𝐬𝐽's attempts to capture him and managed to knock 𝐼𝐬𝐽 off balance, surprising the class. Midoriya utilized his BLD binds to gain height, creating a third spike to attack 𝐼𝐬𝐽 again. 𝐼𝐬𝐽, struggling to activate his quirk, was forced to dodge. Midoriya's eyes glowed red as he exerted his power, and he struck 𝐼𝐬𝐽's legs, causing him to stumble. As they faced off, Midoriya secretly prepared another BLD spike. When the moment was right, he ensnared 𝐼𝐬𝐽's legs, causing him to fall hard. Midoriya approached with capture tape, but 𝐼𝐬𝐽 activated his quirk and kicked Midoriya away, setting the stage for an intense showdown. This ticked Midoriya off. Midoriya decided to go all out. He jumped at 𝐼𝐬𝐽, pinching his chest and legs, causing him to fall over again. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 quickly got back up and attempted to strike Midoriya. Midoriya dodged, seized his arm, pushed him toward the ground, and kicked his back. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 coughed from the force of the kick. Midoriya activated his quirk, using 𝐼𝐬𝐽's BLD instead of his own. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 found himself unable to move. With the BLD drained from his body, his eyes felt dry, but he wasn't in any danger since he still had a connection to his BLD and it wasn't enough to be fatal. Midoriya tied him up with capture tape and then returned his BLD. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 acknowledged Midoriya's skill, and Midoriya responded with a confident scoff. Present Mike announced the winner, but Bakugo interrupted, reminding everyone that this wasn't the sports festival. Midoriya untied 𝐼𝐬𝐽, and the two of them walked out of the simulated city. Even though 𝐼𝐬𝐽 was reluctant to admit it, he was nearing his limit despite giving it his all. He was not holding back. He was using a significant amount of his strength. Midoriya reflected on how glad he was that 𝐼𝐬𝐽 was on the hero's side, especially considering his older brother. It would be terrible if he decided to turn against them. Midoriya also felt satisfied, having had the chance to try out new moves he learned from the league, which proved to be highly effective. Kaminari shouted his goodbyes, wishing everyone fun at camp. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 then announced that they were all going to camp, and the class cheered with excitement on that Wednesday afternoon. Camp was scheduled for the following week. Midoriya returned to the cabin, where he unexpectedly encountered Shigaraki. He greeted him, but Shigaraki responded with suspicion, asking who he was. Midoriya revealed his identity, and Shigaraki inquired about his blue hair. Midoriya explained it was a disguise and asked about 𝗂𝗶𝐻's whereabouts. After a brief exchange, Midoriya headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. Afterward, he dyed his hair red and emerged fully clothed. Shigaraki was shocked to see him, and Midoriya retorted with sarcasm. 𝗂𝗶𝐻 then appeared, curious about the commotion. Midoriya complained about Shigaraki sitting in his chair, but 𝗂𝗶𝐻 suggested they play some games together. Midoriya accepted the challenge, confident he would win. They played a competitive game for a while, with Midoriya winning most rounds, leaving Shigaraki frustrated. After a series of victories, Midoriya demanded his seat back, but Shigaraki refused. In a playful display of power, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 created a BLD bind and moved Shigaraki to another seat before reclaiming his own. They continued to play more rounds of the game. Time passed, and it was now Monday, the day of camp, just 2 hours before departure. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 addressed his classmates, revealing his alias and warning them not to discuss his true identity. He mentioned that he would be gone for 2 weeks, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 expressed surprise at the extended absence. Shigaraki then revealed their plan to potentially kidnap Bakugo, and 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 was informed he might be included in that plan as well. After saying his goodbyes, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 left with 𝗟𝗶𝐻 to retrieve some forgotten items. Twice, and 𝗂𝐽 remarked on 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼's ability to maintain a false identity. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 packed his belongings, which included hair dye, a villain outfit, a mask, weapons, special shampoo, food, water, his UA uniform, a hero outfit, gym clothes, and other necessities. He cleverly concealed his villain items beneath his hero gear to avoid prying eyes. At UA, he found his classmates with larger backpacks, while Momo had none, as she could create whatever she needed. Aizawa instructed the class to line up for the bus, and they embarked on a long journey. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 occupied himself by training his quirk, creating thin BLD binds that resembled spider webs, which would be useful for capturing anyone in the future. After the lengthy drive, they arrived at the camp location. Mina expressed confusion about the camp's appearance, and Aizawa chuckled in response. 2 women introduced themselves as the owners of the land, explaining that they had set up training activities for the students. They presented the first mission, to reach the campsite at the base of a mountain. Kaminari suggested returning to the bus, but the women teased that only the fastest would arrive before sunset. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and everyone began to fall. Acting quickly, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 created large BLD binds to cushion his fall, landing gracefully while the others tumbled. A younger boy questioned 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼's quirk, and Aizawa explained that he could control liquids. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 stood apart from the rest of the class, who expressed their frustration at his advantage. Ignoring their complaints, he headed into the forest, where a massive mud monster emerged. Unfazed, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 conjured a BLW and swiftly cut through the creature, walking away as if it were nothing. The class watched in awe, and Mineta complained about 𝐼𝐼𝐼's overwhelming power, to which Bakugo retorted, defending 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼. He hated being proven weaker than someone else. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 was already far ahead compared to the rest of the class, walking through with a large WHP extending from his back, clearing anything in his path. He appeared so nonchalant about it, hands in pockets, with the calmest expression. He sighed, noting how sad it was that the creatures they faced didn't have BLD to control. The class followed behind him in awe, watching as he handled the challenges effortlessly. They also had to deal with the occasional mud monster that would regenerate if they were a little late after 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼. Soon, they arrived at the camp, and while 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 hadn't broken a sweat, everyone else looked exhausted. The blonde girl questioned how he wasn't tired like the rest of them, wondering if the mud monsters had at least worn him out. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 tucked away his WHP, revealing a large hole in the back of his shirt, and replied that the creatures were quite weak. The blonde girl was frustrated, as those were among her stronger attacks. The rest of the class looked worn out, and she asked if he had just skipped over the mud monsters. Kaminari chimed in, explaining that 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 had cut through them with his WHP. In response, the blonde girl conjured an even larger mud monster in front of 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, challenging him to take it down. But before she could finish her sentence, a massive W extended from 𝐼𝐼𝐼's back, slicing through the mud monster with ease. It crumbled to the ground, leaving everyone startled and shocked. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 casually remarked that he was hungry, absorbing the WHP again. The class stared in disbelief at how casually he had taken down the mud monster. He pulled out a snack from his bag, telling them to stop staring. The class looked away and began to eat their own packed meals. The brunette suggested they head inside for a good dinner, and they all walked in to sit at their tables, served food that was much better than what they had eaten before. After dinner, they were shown to their sleeping arrangements. The girls had a cabin on one side of the camp, while the boys were on the other. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 took a shower, relieved that the dye in his hair wouldn't wash out unless he used a specific shampoo. After changing into his pajamas, he went to sleep, marking the end of day 1 at camp. Midoriya was woken up very early, as everyone had to be up by 6. Activities were set up for the day. He got dressed, feeling tired but not resisting. When he walked outside, he noticed the girls were already engaged in their activities while the boys had just woken up. Aizawa announced that there were stations for everyone, with their names written on them, instructing them to go. Just like that, they were all at their stations. Midoriya had to extend his WHPS as far as possible and stand with them. He managed to reach at least 75 feet in the air before running out of BLD to use. However, he realized that if he gained enough balance and combined the 2 WHPS, he could go even higher. The rest of the class was also overusing their quirks. Bakugo was creating explosions, and Todoroki was standing in water while making large amounts of ice and melting it with his fire. After extending his WHPS multiple times, Midoriya was instructed to start hitting the mountain with them. He landed on the mountain floor and created 3 large WHPS from his back, solidifying them before striking the hard rock repeatedly. He continued this process, eventually making smaller WHPS and weaving them into webs. Next, he had to combine his abilities, creating large WHPS and standing tall while forming a web between them. The blonde girl whispered to the brunette that Midoriya had a strong quirk, to which the brunette agreed, saying he would be a great hero. Eventually, the day came to an end, and they had to cook their own food. The class groaned, all feeling exhausted. Even Midoriya was tired after overexerting his quirk, but he felt he had gained a better understanding of his strength. He only made food for himself, feeling a bit greedy, as sharing would mean the quality of his meal would drop. He enjoyed his meal peacefully on a mountain ledge, taking in the serene night scenery. The air had cooled down, and the crickets were chirping. Midoriya's crimson eyes shimmered in the moonlight as he savored his food, gazing at the forest floor. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, disrupting the calm. It was the black-haired boy, Kota, who complained about Midoriya being in his spot. Midoriya retorted that he had found the place during training. Kota insisted that it was his spot, but Midoriya dismissed him, saying he didn't need to be bothered. Kota remarked that someone needed to fix their attitude if they wanted to be a hero, to which Midoriya replied that he didn't need to. After finishing his meal, he stood up and made BLD wings, preparing to leave. Kota watched in confusion, realizing Midoriya could fly too. Midoriya landed back at the cabins with his plate, washed it, and took a shower. When he entered the boys' cabin, he found 𝐾𝐮𝐬𝐷 and 𝗍𝗏 were arguing about something completely random. Midoriya sighed as he settled into his bed, struggling to fall asleep due to the loud arguments around him. The noise escalated when Bakugo joined in, but eventually, the discussions quieted down, allowing Midoriya to drift off peacefully. At the base of the league, 𝗏𝗏 inquired if the smoke masks were ready, to which 𝗂𝗏 confirmed they would be prepared for the following day. Spinner asked when they would attack, and 𝗂𝗏 explained that it could happen either this week or next, but the timing was uncertain. As the days of camp progressed, the training intensified. Class 1B arrived, and it felt like a repeat of previous days. On Wednesday, Midoriya and his classmates continued their rigorous training. 𝗏𝗏 announced that they would be attacking that night and instructed Midoriya to dye his hair red and wear a hat. Excited, Midoriya rushed to the bathroom to change his hair color and donned a snug hat to conceal it. Underneath his gym uniform, he wore his villain outfit, stashing his mask in a satchel for later use. He anticipated a thrilling night ahead. During training, Midoriya conserved his energy, knowing he would need it for the evening's events. Aizawa announced that there would be a rivalry between Class 1A and Class 1B, prompting cheers from the class. However, he singled out 4 students, including Midoriya, for extra training, which they accepted with groans. As the rivalry commenced, everyone was paired randomly, and Midoriya found himself without a partner, which suited him just fine. Class 1B would act as the scare team while Class 1A had to navigate through the forest path. Midoriya was among the last to enter when a toxic gas filled the air, signaling that it was time to act. He dashed into the forest, shedding his gym uniform to reveal his villain attire and putting on his mask, transforming into Kyoki. He smirked beneath his mask, eager to find 𝗏𝗏. Following the trail of blue fire, he quickly caught up with him. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 teased him for taking so long, and 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 joked about the difficulty of finding him amidst the flames. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 confirmed the mission details, and 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 assured him that capturing 𝗏𝗏𝐽 would be easy. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 handed him a communication device, and 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 vanished into the forest. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 was aware that he couldn't harm anyone just yet. He had bigger plans in mind. He decided to scout from a vantage point on a mountain ledge but was surprised to find 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 there. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 called for help, mistaking 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 for someone else. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 corrected him, revealing his identity and taunting him about having already captured his friend. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 pleaded for the return of his companion, but 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 merely laughed. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 asked if he could take care of 𝐒𝐮𝐻, but 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 insisted they focus on their mission and let the boy go. He warned 𝐒𝐮𝐻 to stay out of their way, launching him toward a tree where 𝗟𝗏𝐻 caught him. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 confronted 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻, declaring he wouldn't get away with his actions. Suddenly, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 appeared, attempting to subdue 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻. Anticipating the move, 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 dodged and countered, causing 𝗼𝗻𝐻 to fall. He used a BLD spike to incapacitate 𝗼𝗻𝐻, who struggled in pain. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 reveled in the chaos, boasting about his abilities and the success of their plan. As 𝗼𝗻𝐻 demanded the return of his student, 𝗏𝗏𝐼� simply laughed and retreated into the forest. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 informed him through the comm that they had captured 𝗏𝗏𝐽, and 𝗏𝗏𝐼� expressed his enjoyment of the night's events. He retrieved his bag, filled with essential items, and met up with 𝗟𝗶𝐻. Together, they stepped into the portal with 𝗏𝗏𝐽 secured in a compression marble. They had won, leaving the heroes defeated. 𝗼𝗻𝐻 survived but sustained severe injuries, thanks to 𝗟𝗏𝐻's quick thinking in stopping the bleeding. While half of the students remained unharmed, the others were left in distress. Most of them had some form of head trauma or poison gas that kept them in a coma. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 was missing, as was aka. 2 nights after the kidnapping, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 found himself chained to a chair with heavy locks and ℏ𝐻𝐷-𝐶𝐹FS. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 sat nearby, contemplating various ways to eliminate him. 𝗏𝗏𝐽, feeling the tension, snapped at 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻, calling him a psycho. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 laughed, responding that it was not wise to speak to him that way, especially since he hadn't killed 𝗏𝗏𝗽 yet. Then, 𝗏𝗏𝗽's eyes widened as he recognized a resemblance. He accused 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 of betraying them. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 calmly explained that he was 𝗂𝐻's older brother. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 was incredulous, questioning how a villain could be related to 𝗂𝐻. 𝗏𝗏𝐼𝐻 simply stated that he had run away, leaving 𝗏𝗏𝗽 frustrated. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 noted the similarities in their quirks, prompting 𝗏𝗏𝐻 to insist they were not alike. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 pressed for an explanation, and 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝐻 revealed that his quirk was the ability to copy others permanently, claiming he chose 𝗂𝐻's quirk because it was the strongest he knew. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 scoffed at this, expressing his anger and confusion. 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝐻 lamented the missed opportunity to kill 𝗏𝗏𝗽, asking Shigaraki if he could do it. Shigaraki reprimanded 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝐻 for toying with 𝗏𝗏𝗽, reminding him of the reason for the kidnapping. 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝐻 sighed in resignation. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 demanded to know where 𝗂𝐻 was, and Shigaraki lied, saying they were keeping him in another room. 𝗏𝗏𝗽's anger flared as he suspected the truth. Shigaraki then proposed a deal, asking 𝗏𝗏𝗽 if he liked to win. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 responded skeptically, questioning why he would join a group of villains. Shigaraki reiterated his offer, but 𝗏𝗏𝗽 firmly rejected it, insisting he would never join their ranks. Shigaraki attempted to flatter 𝗏𝗏𝗽 with compliments, but 𝗏𝗏𝗽 remained unmoved, stating that no amount of ego inflation would convince him. Shigaraki suggested treating 𝗏𝗏𝗽 as an equal and ordered 𝗟𝗶𝐻 to unchain him. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 reluctantly approached 𝗏𝗏𝗽, and 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝐻 braced himself for an explosive reaction. As expected, 𝗏𝗏𝗽 attempted to attack Shigaraki, but 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝗻 intervened, using a BLD-WHP to restrain him. Shigaraki cautioned 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝗻 to be careful with their new recruit, while 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝗻 retorted that he had saved Shigaraki from an explosion. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 vehemently declared he would never join their league. Meanwhile, the television in the room displayed a press conference featuring Nizu, who stated that 𝗏𝗏𝗽 had too much of a heroic heart to join the villains. 𝗏𝗏𝗽 felt a surge of pride at their words, even as the press conference concluded. 𝗏𝗏𝗼𝗻 sensed impending trouble and donned his mask, alerting 𝗟𝗶𝗍 to be ready. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 stood defensively, searching for an escape route, but found none. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a voice asking if someone had ordered pizza. Midoriya tensed, preparing for a fight, and shouted for everyone to move. But it was too late. All Might burst through the door, using his quirk to immobilize everyone. All Might declared that their villainy would end there, while Shigaraki called for assistance. Midoriya struggled to break free, and All Might turned to 𝗏𝐾𝐭, asking about aka.'s whereabouts. 𝗏𝐾𝐭, still defiant, indicated that aka was in another room, but Edge Shot interrupted, claiming they were lying. Just then, the entire league vanished in an instant, leaving All Might in shock. They reappeared in a desolate place, and 𝗏𝐾𝐭 felt a strange familiarity with Kyoki, though he couldn't place it. All for One emerged and Nomu were released. All Might charged in, but All for One stopped him effortlessly. Midoriya then ensnared All Might with a powerful binding, rendering him immobile. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 stood frozen, confusion washing over him. Midoriya announced that it was time for a revelation, pulling out a can of hair bleach. He addressed 𝗏𝐾𝐭, asking if he had ever heard of 𝐾𝐿, causing 𝗏𝐾𝐭's expression to pale. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 watched in surprise as Midoriya prepared for a shocking transformation. As helicopters recorded the scene, Midoriya revealed his true identity by removing his mask. 𝗏𝐾𝐭's heart raced with anxiety as he processed the reality. Midoriya taunted 𝗏𝐾𝐭 about the pain he had endured, shaking the can of bleach. He demanded to know if 𝗏𝐾𝐭 remembered him, pouring the bleach over his hair and revealing his green locks. The league gasped in disbelief. The infamous Kyoki was Izuku Midoriya. Tears welled in 𝗏𝐾𝐭's eyes, while All Might's expression darkened. Midoriya's grip on All Might tightened as anger surged within him. He confronted 𝗏𝐾𝐭 about the years of suffering and pain, recalling the hurtful words All Might had said to him. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as Midoriya unleashed his emotions, revealing the scars of their shared past. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 stood with a can near his head, announcing to everyone watching that Midoriya was doing something interesting. Midoriya questioned 𝗟𝗶𝐵's decision, but 𝗟𝗶𝐵 confidently declared it was time and proceeded to throw bleach on his hair. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 had just arrived, making it perfect timing for 𝗟𝗶𝐵 to shout out a question about his eldest son. 𝗟𝗏𝐻, taken aback, asked why 𝗟𝗶𝐵 was inquiring. 𝗟𝗶𝐵, with a laugh, revealed he had forgotten his name but remembered it was 𝗂𝐻. The revelation stunned 𝗟𝗏𝐻, who insisted that 𝗂𝐻 had died. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 retorted that he was right there, causing Midoriya to take advantage of the distraction to capture 𝗟𝗏𝐻. 𝗏𝐾𝐭, feeling conflicted, was stunned. He knew he had to act against Midoriya to protect everyone, but it was a difficult choice. 𝗟𝗏𝐻, still in disbelief, confronted 𝗟𝗶𝐵 about his identity. 𝗟𝗶𝐵 pointed out his hair, eyes, and quirk, asserting his identity as 𝗂𝐻, which left everyone, including the villains, in shock. Midoriya, with a sinister laugh, hinted at a violent event about to unfold. 𝗟𝗏𝐻, confused and angry, demanded to know what was happening. Midoriya casually mentioned that people would die right there, leaping into the air. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 attempted to heat the binds restraining him, but Midoriya warned that he was only burning his own blood, risking his survival. As Midoriya flew through the city, he taunted the heroes, showcasing their helplessness while he wreaked havoc. Both 𝗟𝗏𝐻 and All Might were in shock at the chaos unfolding around them. After enough destruction, Midoriya returned to confront 𝗏𝐾𝐭, forcefully throwing All Might and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 to the ground. All Might, desperate for answers, questioned Midoriya about aka. Midoriya revealed that he was aka, leaving All Might and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 even more pale. The truth about Kyoki, a missing child, and 𝗟𝗶𝐵 being 𝗂𝐻 Todoroki was overwhelming for everyone involved. 𝗏𝐾𝐭, frustrated and in tears, launched himself at Midoriya, only to be met with 𝗟𝗶𝐵's flames. Despite the danger, he pushed through, but was caught in a bind that pierced him. Midoriya then threw him down, leaving him injured. All Might, trying to intervene, was met with a spike from Midoriya, causing him to weaken and fall. Midoriya laughed at the chaos, but as he was distracted, 𝗏𝐾𝐭 and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 launched a combined attack. Despite their injuries, they fought back with everything they had. Midoriya, feeling dizzy from the trauma, managed to stab both of them one last time before losing consciousness. When Midoriya awoke, he found himself in a hospital bed 3 days after the incident. All Might and Endeavor were in comas, while 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and the other villains had escaped, except for All for One, who was imprisoned. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 had sustained serious injuries but was expected to recover. Confused and disoriented, Midoriya questioned his surroundings, realizing he was strapped to the bed. Aizawa and some nurses were waiting for him to wake up. Aizawa asked what he meant by not remembering anything, prompting a panicked response from Midoriya, who cried out for his mother. Aizawa confirmed that the blow from Endeavor and 𝗏𝐾𝐭 had caused severe head trauma, resulting in amnesia. Midoriya struggled to recall anything from the past 10 years, including his mother, 𝗏𝐼nko Midoriya. Aizawa tried to reassure him, but Midoriya's distress only grew. As Aizawa spoke with the police officers outside, he confirmed the severity of Midoriya's condition. Nizu, the principal, suggested that if Midoriya truly had forgotten everything, they could help him become a hero again. Aizawa agreed to take responsibility for Midoriya's return to UA. Midoriya sat in the hospital bed, his head throbbing with confusion. Aizawa entered, informing him that he would be going to UA to train as a hero. Midoriya's eyes sparkled with joy at the prospect. Just then, 𝗏𝐼nko rushed in, crying out for her son and embracing him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Midoriya, still confused, asked what was happening. A nurse pulled Aizawa aside, expressing concern about Midoriya's quirk and the need for medication to suppress it. Aizawa assured the nurse he would ensure Midoriya took his medication. 𝗏𝐼nko, frantic, demanded to know what had happened to her son. Aizawa explained that Midoriya was Kyoki but didn't remember. He reassured her that they would allow him to be reformed at UA. Grateful, 𝗏𝐼nko thanked Aizawa. After everything, Midoriya was taken to UA and integrated into the dormitory system, ready to begin his new journey as a hero. The dormitories were a new experience for everyone attending the school. Midoriya had his own specialized room, equipped with cameras everywhere except for the bathroom and dressing area, ensuring he was monitored at all times. The camp had been suspended due to injuries sustained by students and the incident involving Midoriya. The next day, Midoriya woke up from a strange dream, feeling unsettled. He recalled a man pleading for his life, and despite the dream's intensity, it felt oddly familiar. Concerned about how others would perceive him if they knew about the dream, he decided to keep it a secret and wrote down his thoughts in a notebook. At 8 in the morning, classes at UA resumed, and Midoriya hurriedly dressed and made his way to the classroom. As he entered, he felt the weight of everyone's cold stares upon him, causing him to break into a nervous sweat. He introduced himself awkwardly, but the class remained silent, glaring at him. Ida intervened, reminding everyone that Midoriya was new and should be treated like anyone else. The class's hostility faded, and Midoriya took his seat, recognizing 𝗏𝐾𝐭, whom he referred to as 𝐾𝐿. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 had recovered from injuries but was still unable to use his quirk for a month due to the risk of reopening stitches. Throughout the day, Midoriya felt increasingly confused, unable to grasp the material and troubled by the cold treatment from his classmates. During lunch, he approached 𝗏𝐾𝐭, seeking answers about their classmates' behavior. 𝗏𝐾𝐭, surprised that Midoriya remembered his nickname, dismissed him harshly, pushing him to the ground. Hurt and confused, Midoriya ran away, tears streaming down his face, and retreated to the dorms for the rest of the day. Later, after school, Aizawa entered Midoriya's room with quirk suppressors and water. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. Midoriya expressed his confusion over the hostility he faced. Aizawa handed him the medicine, insisting he drink it without question. Hesitant but compliant, Midoriya took the medicine and fell asleep, feeling there was nothing else he could do. He had been given his phone back, but he couldn't remember the password. That night, he fell into another strange dream where he encountered a dark-haired man with purple skin. They discussed a mission, and the man asked how many people Midoriya had harmed. The number 7 slipped from his lips, leaving him unsettled. In another dream, he donned a disguise and introduced himself as Aoi. Waking up drenched in sweat, he pondered the identity of the man from his dreams and began writing in his notebook at 3 a.m., the silence of the night only broken by the sound of his pencil. As he drifted back to sleep, he found himself in a sunny field filled with flowers. A different version of himself appeared, with half red and half blue hair, demanding to be let back. Confused and frightened, Midoriya woke up in a panic, realizing it was morning. He quickly wrote down his dream before preparing for another day. The day unfolded like the last, with his classmates continuing to avoid him and cast cold glares. This ongoing treatment weighed heavily on him. As time passed, he experienced more unsettling dreams, leading to insomnia. The fear of sleep grew, yet he continued to document his dreams whenever he could. One day, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 called out to Midoriya, who flinched at the sound. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 noted that he looked exhausted and pressed for an explanation. Midoriya insisted he was fine, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 saw through his facade and urged him to get some rest. Feeling defeated, Midoriya walked into the main room of the dormitories on a Saturday. The atmosphere shifted as everyone fell silent, staring at him with unkind expressions. Frustrated, Midoriya confronted the class, expressing his confusion about their behavior and demanding an explanation. His outburst startled them, but they remained silent. Angered, he declared his disdain for them and stormed off to his room, accidentally breaking a glass jar in the process. Overwhelmed by sadness, he cried against the door, feeling lost. Suddenly, there was a knock. Opening the door, he found 𝐒𝐮𝐬 holding a box. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed him it was from his mother and handed it over. Midoriya stared at the box, still reeling from his earlier confrontation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reprimanded him for his behavior, stating he would face detention for his outburst and property damage. Midoriya protested, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 remained firm, explaining the terms of his punishment. Frustrated, Midoriya slammed the door shut and locked it, feeling overwhelmed. He placed the box on his desk and lay down on his bed, wishing he could use his phone but unable to remember the password. After a long moment of contemplation, he decided to open the box. Inside, he found a note that read, "Hey Midoriya. It's me, 𝗟𝗶𝐸. Midoriya felt compelled to follow the instructions in the note he found. It mentioned a room without cameras and a password for his phone, 𝐾𝐞𝐭. He took the box and went into the bathroom, feeling a strange familiarity with its contents. Inside were a mask, hair dye, and a knife, which stirred something deep within him, causing a painful throb in his head. In a moment of desperation, he cried out, questioning his identity, but his voice was lost in silence. He pulled out his phone and entered the password. The wallpaper displayed an unsettling image of him using his BLD quirk. He noticed several messages from someone named 𝗟𝗶𝐸. The messages revealed a troubling truth. UA was manipulating him, preventing him from regaining his memories. 𝗟𝗶𝐸 claimed he was there to help, advising Midoriya to avoid the medicine that was hindering his recollection. Confusion overwhelmed Midoriya. He struggled to comprehend who he was, why he felt mistreated, and the role 𝗟𝗶𝐸 played in his life. The weight of these unanswered questions caused him to faint, plunging him into another dream. In this dream, he found himself fleeing from home, only to be taken in by a mysterious man. The scenes shifted to memories of Bakugo's aggression and his mother's neglect, culminating in a confrontation with All Might. He stood in a field with a man who had half blue and half red hair, who asked if he remembered anything. Panic surged within him as he protested his confusion, and then he jolted awake. Disoriented on the bathroom floor, he gathered the items from the box and concealed them in the cabinet. He began to piece together the fragments of his reality but remained lost in his identity. Shortly after, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 entered with the medicine, instructing him to take it. Midoriya, recalling 𝗟𝗶𝐸's warning, feigned compliance, sliding the pill down his sleeve while pretending to swallow it. He felt a growing trust towards 𝗟𝗶𝐸 more than anyone else at UA. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 left the room, and Midoriya seized the opportunity to dispose of the medicine in the toilet. After brushing his teeth, he fell into a deep sleep, this time finding himself in a void of darkness. Suddenly, images flickered before him like an old film, and memories surged back. His true self, his past, and the chaos he had endured. Awakening in a cold sweat, he realized he remembered everything. Anger bubbled within him as he recognized the obstacles that had kept him from his memories. He felt liberated, his true self emerging after being suppressed. He despised the weakness he had shown and vowed that those who had wronged him would face consequences. Determined, he pulled out his phone and messaged 𝗟𝗶𝐻, announcing his return. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 responded with excitement and eagerness to help with a plan. Midoriya detailed his strategy, feeling empowered and ready to reclaim his life. After a restful sleep, he awoke to find Izuku at his door. Midoriya put on a facade, inviting Izuku in as he checked on him. Izuku was startled by the change in Midoriya's eyes, which had turned crimson. Midoriya played innocent, insisting nothing was wrong. Izuku, visibly stressed, reminded him of his detention and instructed him to join the others for breakfast. Once Izuku left, Midoriya allowed a smirk to cross his face, relishing the thought of what was to come. He prepared himself, knowing he needed time to regain his full strength, and descended the stairs to join his classmates, masking his true intentions behind a familiar facade. Someone unexpected was there. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 had awakened from his coma and was back at UA. Midoriya accidentally made eye contact with 𝐼𝐼𝐻 and then remembered he had to play the act. He feigned excitement, expressing his disbelief at seeing the number 1 hero. 𝐼𝐻 looked confused, questioning why Midoriya was there. Izuku quietly informed him that Midoriya had forgotten everything from the past 10 years and advised him not to give any hints about his past. 𝐼𝐻 greeted Midoriya with a forced politeness that was painfully obvious. Izuku face-bombed, thinking that even his own acting was better than that. Midoriya put on a sad expression, pretending to be distressed and stuttering about whether he had done something wrong. 𝐼𝐻, flustered, quickly left the room. Midoriya grabbed his food and hurried upstairs to his room. Izuku groaned, commenting on how 𝐼𝐻's behavior was not discreet at all. Once in his room, Midoriya ate the terrible breakfast, finishing it to regain his quirk strength. Afterward, he went to his dressing room to try using his quirk but could only produce a tiny web from his fingertips, barely enough for a fight. Frustrated, Midoriya returned to his room, feeling the pressure of being constantly recorded. He realized he couldn't use his phone in front of the camera, as that would indicate he remembered things. Bored, he sat on his bed, staring at the ceiling and rethinking his plan. He devised a scheme involving Twice to create a duplicate of himself, which 𝗟𝗏 would send to the bathroom while he switched places with it. He had red and blue hair dye to mix for a purple color and planned to wear a mask. He needed to sneak off to the base to discuss how to take down UA and everyone inside. He was determined not to lose his memories again, recalling how difficult it had been not knowing who he was for so long. Grateful for the package from 𝗟𝗶𝐻, he knew he had to wait until his quirk strength was fully restored before risking a fight without any means of defense. Soon, Izuku entered with the quirk suppressor medication, instructing Midoriya to take it in front of him. Midoriya skillfully pretended to take the pill, letting it slide down his sleeve while tilting his head back and gulping down the water. Izuku noticed Midoriya's red eyes and questioned him about it, asking if he remembered anything from the past year. Midoriya maintained his act, claiming he only remembered waking up in a hospital bed 10 years older than he should be. Izuku sighed and walked away, leaving Midoriya to ponder how suspicious the cameras would be if he kept going to the bathroom after taking the medicine. Midoriya sat there for a while, finally deciding to dispose of the pill. He went to the bathroom and flushed it down the drain before returning to his room, where he sat idly. He missed using his phone as he usually would. Eventually, he went downstairs to join everyone. The others were startled by Midoriya's red eyes but quickly ignored him. He sat there, staring outside, feeling trapped by the bracelet that prevented him from going out. Frustrated, he expressed his annoyance at their lack of kindness, only to be rebuffed by Bakugo. Midoriya continued to gaze outside, boredom creeping in. He warned everyone that if he didn't find something to entertain him soon, he might just steal one of their phones and run. He played off his childish demeanor, which seemed to work. Kaminari, intrigued, asked what he had said. Midoriya claimed he didn't know who his past self was, only that Izuku had mentioned someone named 𝐾𝐿. He insisted he was Midoriya and questioned why they were holding a grudge against him for something he didn't remember. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Kaminari whispered to 𝗍𝗏, wondering how Midoriya had acted when he was 5. 𝗍𝗏 admitted he didn't know. Bakugo chimed in, recalling that Midoriya had only acted like this when he was extremely bored. Kaminari suggested they give Midoriya a chance since he hadn't harmed anyone. Midoriya, overhearing them, feigned shock at the mention of killing, knowing he needed to maintain his act. 𝗟𝗏 quickly reassured him that he hadn't done anything wrong and suggested they be friends. Midoriya awkwardly laughed in response. Kirishima then asked him to introduce himself. Midoriya declared that he wanted to be a hero when he grew up, though he didn't know what his quirk was yet. He hoped it would be something strong enough to save everyone. He felt a cringe at how fake he sounded but pushed through. Kirishima introduced himself and shared his quirk, hardening, and his own aspirations of becoming a hero. They went through an entire class introduction, even though Midoriya already knew all their names. He expressed excitement about their strong quirks and looked forward to seeing them in action. Kaminari bluntly asked about Midoriya's red eyes, to which Midoriya replied that he had just woken up like that. Kirishima noted that Midoriya's eyes were even redder than his own. Midoriya forced a smile, trying to keep up the act. Suddenly he heard Aizawa's sharp footsteps approaching. Midoriya whispered for everyone to hide him as he ducked under the table. Aizawa entered, inquiring about Midoriya's whereabouts, noting that he wasn't in his room and had missed his medication. Kaminari pretended to be casual as he said that it was strange for Midoriya to be missing. He suggested that perhaps Midoriya was using the bathroom in his room and assured everyone he would be back in 5 minutes. Once Kaminari walked away, Midoriya crawled out from under the table, relieved. He expressed his gratitude for the timely intervention. Kaminari reassured him that being new was all that mattered at the moment. Midoriya chuckled to himself, thinking about how this situation would sting later. He decided to return to his room and made it clear that if anyone asked, this incident never happened. He quietly sprinted up the stairs, leaving Kirishima in awe of how silently he moved. After flushing the toilet, Midoriya returned to his bed, sighing in relief. It wasn't long before there was a knock at the door. When he called for the person to come in, Aizawa entered, inquiring about Midoriya's whereabouts. Midoriya casually replied that he had been in the bathroom. Aizawa then revealed that he had another box for Midoriya, which was also from his mother. Gratefully, Midoriya took the box, and Aizawa left. Once in his dressing room, where there were no cameras, Midoriya opened the box and found a note. The note was from 𝗟𝗏, who informed him that 𝗟𝗶 was aware of the situation and asked when Midoriya planned to join the league. The note also mentioned that 𝗟𝗏 had brought some items that 𝗟𝗶 said Midoriya needed. Inside the box were new hair dye, a couple of guns, a couple of knives, a new villain outfit, a mask, and additional weapons. Midoriya chuckled with excitement, appreciating 𝗟𝗶's thoughtfulness. He found a good hiding spot in his dressing room to conceal everything, ensuring that no one would discover any evidence. He cleverly disguised the villain outfit as a regular outfit and hid some weapons within it. Although his quirk was still weak, he felt its power gradually returning. Once it was fully restored, he planned to head to the base. Midoriya pulled out his phone and texted 𝗟𝗏. Midoriya informed 𝗟𝗏 that he was ready to join the league when his quirk was back at full strength. 𝗟𝗏 updated him on the current situation, mentioning that All Might had retired but they hadn't managed to eliminate him. 𝗟𝗶 was particularly bored, as he enjoyed the missions with Midoriya. Midoriya acknowledged that he made those missions more entertaining. Their conversation ended with 𝗟𝗏 mentioning that Shigaraki was about to cause some chaos. Midoriya chuckled, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety about the future. He had successfully regained the trust of his classmates, but he knew that the truth would eventually come out. As Midoriya continued to regain his strength, he built a facade of trust with the teachers and students. He engaged in helpful activities, friendly conversations, and other social interactions, all while honing his acting skills. He even mastered the art of pretending to take his medication, so Aizawa no longer felt the need to supervise him. One day, Aizawa informed Midoriya that he had a meeting with Principal Nizu. Midoriya made his way to the principal's office, where the familiar scent of books and coffee greeted him. Nizu welcomed him with a smile and invited him to sit down. Nizu expressed his trust in Midoriya by announcing that he was removing the cameras from his room, which filled Midoriya with joy. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻 then asked if 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 remembered anything from his past, including previous memories of exams or the sports festival. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 admitted that he only remembered his phone password, as everything else was wiped from his memory. 𝐒𝐮𝐻 reassured him of his trust and reminded him to take his medication before sending him on his way. With the cameras gone, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 felt a sense of freedom. The hero license exam was approaching, and while he was allowed to participate, he couldn't use his quirk. Upon returning to his dorm, he confirmed that all the cameras were indeed removed. Satisfied, he threw himself onto his bed, scrolling through his phone. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬's senses were always heightened, making it difficult to focus on one thing without being distracted by the sounds around him. He locked his door, knowing that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 would be coming soon with quirk suppressors. He wanted to ensure that he wouldn't be interrupted while he practiced. Over the weeks, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 had regained about 85% of his strength by skipping his medication. He decided to practice his quirk in private, closing the curtains to avoid being seen. He created a BLD spike from his palm, extending it to about 20 feet. It wasn't as powerful as it could be, but it was a good start. Just as he was focused on his training, a knock at the door startled him, causing him to retract the spike. He called out that he would be there shortly, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed him that he was delivering a bottle of medicine. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 opened the door, took the medicine, and promised to be responsible with it. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then walked off. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 closed the door behind him, taking one pill and flushing it down the toilet. He was meticulous, not wanting to miscount the remaining pills. He could have poured half down the drain, but the thought of someone counting them made him cautious. He jumped onto his bed and laid down. He began to create BLD webs and weapons from his BLD. The webs were incredibly strong, even stronger than steel, and the weapons were no different. Soon, night fell, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 drifted off to sleep. The next day, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 prepared as he usually did. He only needed to skip one more pill for his strength to return completely. He walked out of his dorm room and went downstairs, where he was greeted by Ida and Kirishima, both enjoying breakfast. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 grabbed a quick meal before heading to UA. Today was extra battle training for the hero license exam. Upon entering, he saw 𝐒𝐮𝐬 next to his desk, waiting for the class to arrive so he could take them to the training grounds. A few members of Class 1A were already present. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 took his seat, feeling bored as the rest of the class trickled in. He disliked being early, but that was just who he was. Once the class was assembled, they were taken to the training grounds. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that due to unforeseen circumstances, they had missed some training, which was why they were there. They would be fighting one of ectoplasm's duplicates in various locations to practice their skills. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 feigned ignorance but was aware of the real reasons behind the change in plans. It made him frustrated how hard they were trying to keep him in the dark. Everyone was assigned their stations, but 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 was pulled aside. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed him that since his quirk wasn't functioning, he would be engaging in hand-to-hand combat. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 accepted this without hesitation. He took his position and waited for ectoplasm to send out a duplicate. When it finally appeared, it wasted no time attacking. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 didn't want to hide his fighting skills. Doing so would be counterproductive. The duplicate lunged at him, and he ducked, delivering a powerful punch to its stomach that sent it soaring. It hit the ground but quickly recovered, jumping at 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬's legs. This time, he leaped over it, landing on its back. The duplicate disintegrated into plasma. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 observed, puzzled by how 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 remembered how to fight but seemed to forget everything else. He called 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 over, asking how he could recall his fighting skills but nothing else. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 shrugged, unsure, speculating that perhaps he had been a mini-hero at some point. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 decided not to delve deeper into the matter and instructed him to return to his station. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 resumed fighting the duplicate until All Might entered the training area. With his secret exposed, he no longer felt the need to hide his weakened state. While he conversed with 𝐒𝐮𝐬, a large chunk of cement broke off from 𝗏𝗏𝐽's position, heading straight for All Might. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 shouted a warning, but 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 realized that if he used his quirk to save All Might, it would reveal that his powers had returned. He contemplated how to handle the situation without raising suspicion. In a split second, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬 made it appear as if an accident occurred, causing a large BLD spike to emerge from his back, shattering the cement before it could reach All Might. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's confusion turned to anger as he confronted Midoriya, demanding to know if he had stopped taking his medication. Midoriya insisted he didn't know what had happened, and 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's expression mirrored All Might's shock. Midoriya jumped down and approached 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, noticing a large hole in his shirt once again. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 declared they were going to the hospital immediately. Midoriya protested, asking why, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 explained that if the quirk suppressors weren't working, it was a serious issue. They couldn't risk him losing control. Midoriya's class time was cut short for a hospital visit, followed by an examination. The doctor greeted him with a warm smile and explained they would ask questions to determine if his quirk posed a risk. Midoriya responded positively, trying to remain calm. When shown a vial of BLD, he managed to suppress any unsettling feelings and replied that he felt normal, perhaps a bit disgusted. The doctor's quirk acted as a lie detector, but skilled liars could evade detection. As the questioning continued, Midoriya expressed surprise at activating his quirk, admitting he hadn't known he could do that. After the examination, the doctor spoke with 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, revealing that Midoriya wasn't going insane and likely just needed the medication to suppress the more chaotic aspects of his quirk. Fortunately, he could regain control over his powers. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 felt relieved. He didn't want to deal with a rogue hero. The doctor suggested keeping Midoriya on the medication permanently to prevent any issues while allowing him to use his quirk. Afterward, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 returned to UA with Midoriya and explained the situation to the class. They were thrilled for Midoriya, as being able to use his quirk was a significant milestone. Soon, the provisional hero licensing exam would arrive, and Midoriya felt ready. Ever since he had devised a plan to use his quirk and deceive the doctor about his mental state, things had improved. He could train with his powers again, no longer relying solely on his physical strength. The exams were set for Monday, and it was currently Friday. Midoriya sat in class, struggling to stay awake as 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's lesson dragged on. What does a hero do when a villain is inside a tight building with 2 hostages and a weapon? 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 posed the question. Midoriya suggested that negotiation might be the first step, but if that failed, they would need someone with a good stealth quirk to go inside and take the villain down. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 sighed, thinking that Midoriya wasn't paying attention, but Midoriya simply knew these things off the top of his head. Time passed, and it was Saturday night. Midoriya sat in his room, using his phone. It was midnight, and he planned to sneak off to the league, ensuring that no one would come in. He locked the door securely and messaged 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 the exact coordinates of his room. In an instant, a warp portal opened, and Midoriya stepped through. He reappeared in the league base, where Shigaraki greeted him with a sharp remark about his tardiness. Midoriya explained that he needed to regain his quirk strength. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was not present. He was at the cabin. 𝗂𝐻𝐬 inquired about Midoriya's continued presence at UA. Midoriya revealed his plan. He would pretend to be a good guy while secretly going on missions at night. Gaining everyone's trust would allow him to learn their weaknesses, ultimately enabling him to defeat them without effort. He expressed his ambition to take control of Japan, which 𝗂𝐻𝐬 found intriguing, and Shigaraki smiled at the thought. Midoriya decided to visit 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and donned his hoodie and mask before heading to the cabin. He wanted to know what had happened after everyone discovered his true identity. After a long walk, he arrived at the cabin and announced his presence. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 opened the door, and Midoriya entered cheerfully. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 asked how he managed to sneak away from UA, to which Midoriya replied that he had gained enough trust to have the cameras removed from his room. Curious, Midoriya inquired about the aftermath of 𝗟𝗶𝐻's revelation. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 recounted that 𝗟𝗶𝐻 had difficulty accepting him as his son, and he had a brief encounter with his brother Natsu, who had broken down in tears. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was uncertain about their mother and sister but noted that the world had lost faith in some heroes. He mentioned that 𝗏𝗱 was a mix of anger and sadness. Midoriya found it amusing how much impact 𝗟𝗶𝐻 had made, and they both shared a laugh over the reactions of their former classmates. After some time, Midoriya realized he needed to return to UA to avoid raising suspicion. He bid 𝗟𝗶𝐻 farewell and ran back, stopping at the forest to ask 𝗂𝗻𝐬 for a warp portal to his room. Once inside, he fell asleep. Time passed, and it was now the day of the exam. Class 1A boarded the bus that took them to the licensing facility. Midoriya's quirk felt stronger than ever, surprising his classmates who thought it would take longer for him to regain his strength. After an hour of travel, they arrived at their destination. Excitement coursed through Midoriya as he anticipated the chance to unleash his full potential. Upon disembarking, they encountered students from various other schools. One tall boy with dark brown hair and strong muscles approached them, recognizing Class 1A from UA and praising their performance at the sports festival. However, Midoriya sensed that the boy was merely putting on an act, a sentiment Bakugo echoed. Bakugo confronted the boy, urging him to drop the facade and return to his own class. Kirishima attempted to mediate, but Midoriya chimed in, comparing the boy's behavior to that of a snake, appealing on the outside but dangerous underneath. The boy smirked and remarked on Midoriya's past, prompting a sharp response from Todoroki. Midoriya summoned a BLD spike before his face, warning the boy to watch his words. The boy scoffed, implying that Midoriya's nature would never change. Midoriya reabsorbed the spike, reminding the boy of the rules against fighting. Bakugo threatened him, while Kirishima expressed disappointment in the boy's behavior. The dark-haired boy grumbled as he walked away, leaving Midoriya to reflect on his own restraint. He disliked overconfident individuals who deceived others. Bakugo grumbled about the encounter, and Kirishima apologized for not recognizing the boy's true nature. Aizawa called for the class to head inside the building, sensing tension but choosing not to pry into the situation. Inside, they found even more schools gathered. Aizawa explained the provisional hero licensing exam, emphasizing that they would compete against each other, school versus school. For the first round, they would need to guard plates attached to their bodies from Orange Ball. If all 3 plates were hit, they would be out of the competition. That being said, the man with white hair and large bags under his eyes explained that they needed to get at least 2 people out to pass to the next part of the exam. He spoke in a slow, tired voice. After the introduction, they were given 3 plates, which they had to place on different parts of their bodies. Midoriya chose difficult-to-reach spots, placing them on his stomach and both sides of his chest, ensuring a strategic advantage. When the proctor announced the start, all the classes rushed out in groups. Midoriya preferred to work alone, just like Bakugo and Todoroki. He expressed his concerns about using his quirk effectively with others around, fearing he might accidentally hurt someone. Kirishima suggested that it would be smarter to stick together, but Todoroki agreed with Midoriya and ran off. Bakugo declared he wouldn't work with them and exploded away. Midoriya took to the skies, creating wings of BLD and soaring high above. It wasn't long before other classes targeted Class 1A, knowing how their quirks functioned. Midoriya decided to land in a dense urban area, where he could utilize stealth more effectively. As he navigated through the fake city's alleyways, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The dark-haired boy from earlier taunted him, claiming he was easy prey. Midoriya chuckled and reminded him not to underestimate his opponents. The boy boasted that without his quirk, victory was assured, and he lunged at Midoriya. Midoriya smirked, not turning to face him. The boy was caught off guard when a large BLD spike erupted from Midoriya's back, wrapping around him like a constricting snake. The boy gasped in disbelief, questioning how Midoriya could use his quirk. Midoriya explained that the rules had changed, turning to face him with the spike still extending from his back. The boy activated his quirk, causing everything around them to shake violently. Midoriya laughed, confident that his quirk would prevail. He approached the boy, who was holding an orange ball, and the boy demanded he stay away. Midoriya then tapped his 3 plates with the orange ball, eliminating the boy from the game. He released the boy from the BLD bind and retracted it back into his body, triumphantly declaring his victory. The boy warned him that his class would seek revenge as he walked off the battlefield. Now needing just one more person to pass, Midoriya headed toward the main area of conflict, feeling bored. He flew with his BLD wings and landed right in front of the action. One of the other students from a different school remarked that if they could take him out, it would prove their strength. All eyes turned to Midoriya, who wore a confident smirk. As everyone charged at him, Midoriya welcomed the challenge. He created 3 massive BLD spikes, spinning them around aggressively to defend himself while attacking. Anyone who got too close was forcefully pushed back. Amid the chaos, Midoriya leaped into the air with the orange ball in hand, tagging several opponents. He eliminated at least 5 more people, laughing at those who glared at him in frustration. He declared his victory and began walking toward the exit for the winners, unfazed by the cold stares directed at him. Upon entering the winner's room, he found only Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari from his class. He sat patiently, waiting for the next round to begin. Midoriya remained focused as he watched the ongoing matches on the television. His class was among the last remaining on the battlefield, and he was eager to see how they would fare. After a long and grueling competition, Class 1A managed to pass the first part of the exam. Aizawa sighed in relief, worried that some might not make it to the next phase due to the time it took. With 100 students having passed, Aizawa explained that the next part of the test would involve disaster relief. They would need to find and rescue injured individuals from a simulated villain wreckage, with crumbled buildings and chaos all around. Midoriya felt a sense of dread, knowing he would have to navigate this scenario. They were then transported to the disaster area, where the sounds of screams filled the air. To pass, they needed to rescue at least 5 people. Immediately, Midoriya sprinted toward the source of a scream, determined to appear genuine despite his inner turmoil. He discovered an elderly man trapped under debris, pleading for help. Midoriya reassured him, forcing calm into his voice. Activating his BLD control, he created strong, flexible ropes to lift the debris, freeing the man. He then used a BLD WHP to carry him to safety. As Midoriya delivered the man to the safety zone, he noted the impressed comments from the observers, who were surprised by his efficiency. He had trained himself to assess situations quickly, knowing the skill would be crucial for his future at UA. He aimed to keep his true intentions hidden, honing his acting and deception skills. After safely placing the elderly man down, Midoriya set out to find more people. He understood that passing was essential, especially to avoid raising suspicion from Aizawa. Despite his disdain for the situation, he pushed forward, determined to succeed. Soon he heard another cry for help. This time, the person was stuck on unstable ground, and Midoriya prepared to assist once again. Midoriya sighed as he created 2 BLD spikes to elevate himself to the level of the injured person. He asked if they were okay and where they were hurt. The person cried out that their legs were injured and they couldn't move. Midoriya reassured them to calm down and trust him, explaining that he would pick them up and they needed to remain still to avoid further injury. The person expressed their trust in him. Midoriya then formed a 3rd spike and carefully lifted the person, making his way to safety before gently placing them down. He had already saved 5 people in 13 minutes. The villains would arrive in 2 minutes. Midoriya leaped into the air, forming BLD wings just as the villains appeared. He felt a surge of confidence, ready to confront them. Among the villains were Gang Orca, Todoroki, and another bald individual who were caught up in an argument. Midoriya interrupted, urging them to focus on the threat in front of them. The 2 looked alarmed as Midoriya summoned a strong BLD spike from his back, aiming for Orca, who dodged and emitted a loud pulsing sound that affected everyone nearby. To protect himself from the noise, Midoriya fashioned BLD earphones. He assessed the situation. Injured people were only 1,000 feet away, and there were about 30 gang members along with 1 boss villain. Buildings were already damaged, and to prevent further destruction, the boss had to be dealt with, but the smaller gang members posed a challenge. Midoriya instructed Todoroki and the other individual to handle the smaller members while he focused on the boss. They complied, taking down the smaller gang members as Midoriya engaged with the boss. He created BLD spikes that appeared behind Orca, leading him into a trap. Midoriya shot his BLD out, forming 2 tall spikes and weaving a web. Orca, unaware of the trap, was pushed back until he landed right into the web and became ensnared. Confused, Orca exclaimed about the web as Midoriya chuckled, explaining that it was a BLD web. Orca realized too late that the BLD shots he had dodged were decoys meant to create the net. Midoriya prepared for the final blow, summoning a massive BLD spike from his back. Suddenly, he was shot at but narrowly dodged the attack. He swiftly took down the gang member responsible and returned to 𝗟𝐬𝐬, who was struggling against the strong web. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 wrapped a large BLD spike around 𝗟𝐬𝐬, absorbing the web's BLD before delivering a powerful strike to the ground, knocking 𝗟𝐬𝐬 out. By this point, everyone had been rescued, and the remaining gang members were defeated. With 5 minutes still on the clock, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 secured 𝗟𝐬𝐬 with ℉𝐻𝐵CFFS. The event concluded, and a sleepy announcer called for everyone to collect their results. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 absorbed the BLD he had used, noting the significant tear in his shirt. He approached the results board, where the announcer stated that those whose names appeared had passed. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 found his name and was thrilled to see he had scored a perfect. He thought to himself about how his acting skills had paid off and anticipated the day when others would realize his true nature. Todoroki approached him, asking about his score. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 shared his perfect score, while Todoroki revealed he had scored. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 noted that Todoroki needed over 60 to pass, and Todoroki walked away disappointed. Bakugo then confronted 𝗟𝗏𝐼, demanding to know his score. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 prepared himself for Bakugo's reaction and revealed his score of Bakugo, furious, accused him of lying and charged at him. Anticipating this, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 shielded himself with a BLD barrier. Bakugo spat at him to get out of the way, and 𝗟𝗏𝐼 suggested he leave. After Bakugo grumbled away, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 lowered his shield, and Kirishima expressed amazement at his score. After the eventful day, they returned to UA, and 𝗟𝗏𝐼 felt excitement for what was to come. He had something big planned. Upon their return, Bakugo grabbed 𝗟𝗏𝐼 and instructed him to meet at Ground Beta at 9:30 p.m., warning him not to be late. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 feigned surprise, knowing Bakugo wanted to prove his strength. Taking his time with dinner, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 relaxed on his phone until it was almost time. He made his way to Ground Beta, where Bakugo was waiting. As they entered, Bakugo declared that he was better than 𝗟𝗏𝐼, insisting that one victory didn't make him stronger. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 remained silent, uninterested in the banter. Bakugo challenged him to a fight, claiming he would prove his superiority. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 feigned confusion, asking if Bakugo was sure. Bakugo insisted he was not weak, and 𝗟𝗏𝐼 agreed to a fair fight with no limits on quirk usage. Bakugo launched himself at 𝗟𝗏𝐼, who ducked and landed a punch to his stomach. Bakugo landed and spun around, expecting 𝗟𝗏𝐼 to be right there, but he was nowhere to be seen. How could he move so quickly? Suddenly, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 appeared right above Bakugo, attempting to kick him, but Bakugo dodged. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 then jumped back, causing 2 large spikes to emerge from his back, ready for offense and defense. Bakugo charged at 𝗟𝗏𝐼 with explosive force, while 𝗟𝗏𝐼 advanced with the spikes positioned in front of him. Just before the spikes could strike, Bakugo leaped up, aiming to explode 𝗟𝗏𝐼's back, but 𝗟𝗏𝐼 created a third spike that pushed Bakugo away, sending him crashing into a wall. Bakugo coughed but quickly got back on his feet, charging at 𝗟𝗏𝐼 again. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 stood motionless, staring intently at him. Bakugo, filled with rage, shouted that he wouldn't be looked down upon any longer as he unleashed one of his most powerful explosions yet. The explosion triggered an alarm, prompting a groan from Izuku. 𝗟𝗏𝐼's intensity began to seep into the fight. He leaped into the air, using the BLD spikes as springs to evade the massive explosion, but Bakugo followed him into the air, confident in his advantage. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 smirked as he floated down, preparing for Bakugo's attack. Just as Bakugo aimed to punch and explode him, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 unleashed a large spike that ensnared Bakugo. In the air, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 held the true advantage as no one could escape a binding maneuver. With a swift motion, he lifted Bakugo higher and slammed him down onto the ground. The impact was so forceful that Bakugo bounced back up after hitting the ground. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 landed gracefully, observing Bakugo's injured form. Bakugo, tears streaming down his face, expressed his feelings of guilt, believing he was responsible for All Might's retirement. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 continued to watch silently as Bakugo lamented his past, blaming himself for everything that had happened. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 then spoke, pointing out that Bakugo was quick to place blame on himself. Bakugo, frustrated, retaliated with an explosion, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 barrier to shield himself from the blast. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 revealed that he had regained his memories and had kept it a secret to avoid turning against Yue. He insisted that his past actions did not define him, claiming responsibility for All Might's condition. Bakugo, taken aback, struggled to process this revelation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 continued, stating that he was no longer the person he used to be and that he wanted to start anew. He urged Bakugo to rise, emphasizing that the past was behind them and that they needed to move forward. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 understood that revealing his memories would help him gain trust, especially since he had not harmed anyone. Aizawa, having observed the situation, questioned 𝐒𝐮𝐬 about his intentions. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 quickly reassured him that he had no plans to betray them, claiming to be a changed person. Aizawa, while skeptical, noted that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had not shown any violent tendencies and agreed to monitor him further. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed gratitude, while Aizawa warned him that any return to his former self would lead to serious consequences. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 declared his commitment to becoming a hero, and Aizawa assigned house suspension to both him and Bakugo for breaking curfew and fighting. Back at the dormitories, the two boys reluctantly accepted their punishment and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Aizawa reported to Nizu about 𝐒𝐮𝐬's situation. Nizu, intrigued, inquired whether 𝐒𝐮𝐬 exhibited any concerning behaviors. Aizawa assured him that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 seemed determined to be a hero. Nizu proposed bringing in a lie detector to assess 𝐒𝐮𝐬's true intentions, confident that he was being honest. Aizawa expressed his concerns but agreed to Nizu's plan. The next morning, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 woke up to loud knocking at his door, feeling the weight of his suspension and the tension among his peers. He realized that he would need to navigate this situation carefully, especially with the possibility of a lie detection quirk being used against him. As he pondered his next steps, he began to drift back into a deep sleep, preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sluggishly got up and opened the door, his eyes still heavy as he scratched his head. He was ready to go back to sleep if anything. Aizawa stood at the door. He greeted 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and explained that they were going to take him for some more questioning. He reassured 𝐒𝐮𝐬 that they hadn't informed the class about his memories yet. Aizawa had a feeling that nothing was wrong with him and believed he would become a great hero, but for reassurance, he asked 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to come with him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 stretched and yawned, agreeing to give Aizawa a minute before closing his door. After taking a cold shower, he felt more awake and walked downstairs. The only ones present were Aizawa, Nizu, and a man with snow-white hair and piercing blue eyes. The rest of the class was with present Mike, engaged in a literacy lesson. The man introduced himself as Haru-Lumi, stating that he would be conducting some questioning. His demeanor was passive-aggressive, making it clear he was skeptical of 𝐒𝐮𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 smiled and sat down across from him. Haru began with two simple questions, asking for 𝐒𝐮𝐬's name, to which he confidently replied, Izuku 𝐒𝐮𝐬. When asked to tell a lie, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 said, "My quirk isn't BLD control." Haru then moved on to more serious questions, inquiring about 𝐒𝐮𝐬's intentions at UA. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 put on his best act, expressing his longing to be a hero who saves everyone. He acknowledged his past mistakes and the lack of confidence others had in him, vowing to become the #1 hero despite everything. His 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was so convincing that it startled even him. Haru noted that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 seemed genuine and continued with his questions. He asked what 𝐒𝐮𝐬 remembered about being Kyoki. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that after being knocked out, he initially had no memories. However, as time passed at UA, he began experiencing flashbacks of past incidents, including moments he regretted deeply. He described how the memories haunted him, leading to sleepless nights and a sense of sickness over his actions. The lie detector quirk failed to detect the truth behind 𝐒𝐮𝐬's words, and Haru commented on the weight of his past. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 shared how he had been bullied as a child, how his mother had distanced herself from him due to fear, and how he had run away when his sanity began to slip. He revealed that during that time, Kyoki was born. Haru, Nizu, and Aizawa listened in shock. Haru concluded that from what he had heard and what his quirk indicated, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had genuinely changed. He advised 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to continue taking his medication to manage his darker side and encouraged him to pursue his dream of becoming a hero. After Haru left, Nizu whispered to Aizawa about how it was reassuring to see Midoriya hadn't changed despite regaining his memories. Aizawa agreed, expressing confidence in Midoriya's potential. Midoriya, overhearing their conversation, reminded them of his presence. Aizawa then informed him that he and Bakugo were on suspension for the week and would need to do chores around the house. Midoriya groaned at the news and was instructed to wake Bakugo, who was still asleep. Midoriya knocked on Bakugo's door, but received no response. Growing frustrated, he knocked again, and when there was still no answer, he banged on the door. Still nothing. In a moment of desperation, he used his quirk to send a small puddle of BLD under the door, solidifying it next to Bakugo and giving him a light slap. Bakugo woke with a start, demanding to know what was happening. Midoriya informed him about their house arrest and the chores they had to complete. Bakugo groaned in annoyance, and Midoriya reabsorbed the BLD he had used to wake him before running off to start his chores. Later, Bakugo emerged from his room, furious about the way Midoriya had woken him. Midoriya was already busy with his chores, and they both knew they would miss a lot of class during their suspension. On the third day of their house arrest, while taking out the trash, Midoriya wondered if there were any new recruits for the league, feeling left out of the loop. As he walked, he noticed a face in the wall, causing him to panic and accidentally activate his quirk, creating a dent in the wall. The face, with round blue eyes and somewhat dark blonde hair, reassured him to calm down. Midoriya, still startled, asked who he was. The newcomer introduced himself as Togata Mirio, one of the top 3 students at UA. He explained that the whole school was talking about Midoriya, and he wanted to see him for himself. Midoriya, relieved that it wasn't an attack, shared that his quirk was BLD control, which allowed him to manipulate BLD. Mirio was impressed and introduced his own quirk, permeation, which allowed him to pass through objects. He jumped out of the ground, fully clothed. Mirio extended his hand for a handshake and asked if Midoriya's name was Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya confirmed it as he landed back on the ground and returned the handshake, using a BLD spike to hold all the trash. Mirio explained that he had some free time and wanted to see the talk of the school, Midoriya and Bakugo, because he had heard they were great fighters. Midoriya sighed and said he had to get going, to which Mirio cheerfully replied that he would see him later before disappearing into the ground. Midoriya and Bakugo's house arrest ended after that week, leaving them confused about what a work-study was, as their class refused to explain it. When they returned to school on Monday, numerous announcements greeted them. Aizawa announced that Midoriya and Bakugo were back in class and introduced 3 new students, assuring everyone that Midoriya had his memories back and was still on their side. The class's eyes were on Midoriya, their trust in him stronger than ever. Aizawa introduced the Big 3, the top students of UA. Mirio waved and introduced himself, which made Midoriya realize what Mirio meant earlier. Todoroki asked what they were there for, and Mirio explained they wanted to talk, ask questions, and engage in activities. Midoriya hummed thoughtfully and asked what it meant to be a hero. Kirishima answered that it was about standing up to villains and rescuing people. Mirio then inquired about their fighting levels, and Kaminari noted that they had faced real villains and emerged victorious, especially highlighting Midoriya and Bakugo. Mirio, knowing the answer, asked if they were the ones who fought. Bakugo responded defiantly, and Mirio proposed a challenge, a 20 versus 1 fight. Kirishima questioned the fairness of it, but Mirio sought Aizawa's permission, which was granted with a sigh. Mirio grinned and led everyone to the gym. Once in the gym, Mirio encouraged them to go all out, stating he would be surprised if they could beat him. Midoriya grinned, intrigued by the challenge. Mirio shouted for the match to begin and charged at the distance fighters, taking them down swiftly. Now it was time for the close-range fighters, Bakugo and Midoriya. Mirio charged at them, but when they tensed, he sank into the ground. Midoriya anticipated Mirio's appearance behind him and summoned a BLD spike from his back. When Mirio emerged, Midoriya sent the spike toward him, but it passed right through. Mirio rushed at him, throwing a punch that Midoriya dodged and countered, landing a hit on Mirio. Midoriya then leaped into the air with BLD wings, using his own BLD to ensnare Mirio, trapping him. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 jumped in and unleashed a powerful explosion. Midoriya created a large BLD spike and used Miryu's BLD to bind him, preventing him from moving or using his quirk. Midoriya landed gracefully, reabsorbing his wings, and declared their victory. The class, along with the other two members of the Big Three, was astonished, while Aizawa remained neutral. Miryu, hanging from his leg, acknowledged that being controlled by Midoriya's BLD meant he couldn't move or use his quirk. Midoriya released him and returned his BLD. Miryu had a bruise and a burn from the earlier exchanges, while the other close-range fighters had not even had to intervene. Thinking Midoriya had let his guard down, Miryu charged at him, but Midoriya was always alert. Miryu attempted to punch him from behind, but Midoriya anticipated it and struck with a BLD spike, hitting Miryu's arms and legs. Midoriya laughed, revealing that his guard was never down. Miryu, impressed, got back up and complimented Midoriya's strength, stating he would make a great hero. Midoriya responded with a forced thank you, while 𝗏𝐾𝐭 glared at him, feeling anger and a sense of inferiority. Miryu praised the rest of the class, encouraging them to train harder. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 then challenged Miryu to a one-on-one fight right then and there. Miryu looked to Aizawa for approval, which was given with a nod. The class stepped back to watch the two face off. Miryu shouted for the match to begin. He sank into the ground as 𝗏𝐾𝐭 exploded into the air, determined not to give Miryu an advantage. Miryu emerged from the ground, surprised that 𝗏𝐾𝐭 was not where he had expected. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 launched an explosion at him, managing to inflict a small burn, but most of his attacks went through Miryu. Miryu retaliated with a punch, but 𝗏𝐾𝐭 dodged. They both landed and prepared for their next moves. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 declared he would blast Miryu to pieces, unleashing a barrage of explosions. Miryu sank back into the ground and reappeared faster than 𝗏𝐾𝐭 could react, landing a strong punch that knocked 𝗏𝐾𝐭 back. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 stumbled, feeling the impact, and questioned Miryu's power. Miryu explained that it was a result of his hard training. 𝗏𝐾𝐭, refusing help, jumped back up, determined to prove himself. He declared he would surpass Miryu's strength and become number one. Miryu laughed warmly, encouraging him to go for it. Midoriya let out a chuckle, feeling a sense of accomplishment for being the only one in the class to take down Miryu. Miryu explained how his quirk, called permeation, allowed him to pass through everything. 𝗟𝗓 expressed his admiration, noting how powerful Miryu's quirk was. Miryu clarified that his strength came from hard work and that being in his permeated state was challenging, as he couldn't see, hear, or breathe. This revelation left everyone in the class somewhat shocked. As the day came to a close, Midoriya found himself walking alone when Miryu approached him. Miryu mentioned that he worked at a hero agency and thought Midoriya would be a great fit for his boss, 𝗟𝗏𝐼, who was All Might's former sidekick. Midoriya considered the opportunity, realizing it could be a good direction for him. Miryu promised to pick him up when the time came, and they parted ways. Once alone, Midoriya's thoughts turned dark. He believed he could maintain his facade of being nice until the moment was right to act on his true intentions. He walked to the dorms, where his friends were gathered. Kirishima asked why Midoriya hadn't shared that he had regained his memories. Midoriya lied, claiming he was afraid they wouldn't accept him. Kirishima reassured him that they valued him for who he was now, and Midoriya expressed his gratitude before retreating to his room to relax. Later that night, as the clock struck midnight, Midoriya prepared to sneak out. The full moon illuminated his room, casting shadows as he donned a black outfit and a mask to conceal his identity. He quietly opened the balcony door and stepped outside, sending a text to 𝗟𝗶𝐻 to inform him of his arrival at the base. After receiving a reply, Midoriya contemplated his escape route. He decided to scout from the rooftop, finding a spot without balconies or windows. He jumped down, using BLD spikes to cushion his landing, and then dashed into the forest near UA, heading for the secret door to the base. Upon entering, he encountered a man with a bird beak who demanded to be made leader. Midoriya introduced himself as 𝐾𝐭 and noted that he was working with 𝗟𝗶𝐻. The man, Kai Chisaki, expressed surprise that 𝐾𝐭 was still free. Their conversation revealed tensions between Chisaki and Shigaraki, who insisted he would be the next leader despite Chisaki's doubts. As the argument escalated, Chisaki demonstrated his power, causing chaos in the room. Midoriya, feeling a surge of madness, manipulated the BLD that spilled around them. Just then, another person with a bird beak intervened, becoming ensnared instead. The situation intensified as muscular members clashed, and Midoriya swiftly dealt with the threats around him. After a brief standoff, Chisaki and his crew retreated, leaving Shigaraki and Midoriya to discuss their next steps. Midoriya questioned why he wasn't allowed to eliminate Chisaki, but Shigaraki explained the importance of the bullets that could neutralize quirks. They needed to keep Chisaki close for their plans against the heroes. Midoriya reluctantly agreed, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻 inquired about his visit, prompting Midoriya to share his boredom and longing for updates on new members. How else was he supposed to find out? Midoriya expressed his frustration, noting that they hadn't provided any updates while he was at UA. What if his phone had been off and someone else had seen the message? Kurohige acknowledged the concern. Midoriya continued, explaining that messages weren't really a viable option for him. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 then mentioned that nothing significant had happened aside from the meeting. Midoriya shared some information he had gathered from UA, revealing that the students were engaged in hero agency work studies and that 𝗏𝐿𝐴 and Todoroki were taking extra classes for their hero licenses. Kurohige inquired about Midoriya's own hero license, to which Midoriya responded that he couldn't appear suspicious. The teachers at UA were well aware of his capabilities, and if he failed to obtain the license, they would question his motives. He preferred not to come up with another excuse. With that, Midoriya decided it was time to return to UA. He felt he couldn't act just yet, as revealing himself too soon would give away his identity. He carefully disposed of the spilled BLD into a nearby bucket. Kurohige offered to open a portal for him, which Midoriya gratefully accepted. As he stepped through, his eyes glowed with a vibrant crimson hue. Back at UA, he was exhausted and changed into his pajamas before heading to bed. Tomorrow, he would be meeting up with Mirio. The next morning, Midoriya woke to the sound of his alarm, ready for his meeting with Mirio regarding the work studies. He got dressed, knowing he still had a full day of school ahead of him. Later, after school, Midoriya met Mirio outside the dormitories. Mirio greeted him with enthusiasm and asked if he was ready. Midoriya sought advice, and Mirio suggested that he should try to make the person they were meeting laugh, as he seemed serious but was actually nice. Midoriya also reminded himself to avoid any physical contact, as he didn't want the person to see his future. He considered changing 𝗟𝗶𝐻's contact name to something less suspicious. As they began their journey to the agency, Midoriya suddenly asked Mirio if he could use the bathroom. Mirio agreed to wait outside. Once inside, Midoriya took a moment to text 𝗟𝗶𝐻 and the rest of the league in their group chat. He informed them that he was about to meet a hero who could see the future and that he would be changing their names in his phone to avoid any complications. The responses from the group were quick and casual. After changing the names to something more innocuous, Midoriya hurried back to Mirio, who joked about his delay. Midoriya explained that lunch hadn't agreed with him, and they continued on their way to the agency. Eventually, they arrived at the building. Midoriya felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, knowing that the hero might try to touch him in some way. He worried about how to prevent it without raising suspicion, especially since he feared what the hero might see if he touched him. Mirio noticed Midoriya's tension and asked if he was okay. Midoriya laughed it off, attributing his nerves to the fact that they were meeting All Might's former sidekick. They entered the office, and after knocking, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 invited them in. He had striking green and yellow hair, yellow eyes, and wore glasses. He sat at his desk with a serious demeanor. Mirio introduced Midoriya with a bright smile, while Midoriya entered with a nervous expression, intentionally portraying his anxiety. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 wasted no time, bluntly addressing Midoriya as the former villain, 𝗏𝐽𝐽. Midoriya confirmed his identity but pleaded not to be judged by his past, insisting he was a changed person. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 questioned how he could trust Midoriya, suspecting it might all be an act. Midoriya sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of earning trust. He explained that his quirk, BLD control, had caused him to act out in the past, but he was now taking steps to manage it. He expressed his longing to be seen as a hero. 𝐼𝐼 cautioned 𝐼𝐼 that if he signed the contract, he would be bound to him, and any misstep would reflect poorly on 𝐼𝐼. 𝐼𝐼 confidently assured him that nothing bad would happen and declared his ambition to become the #1 hero, regardless of whether he worked there. 𝐼𝐼, intrigued by 𝐼𝐼's determination, handed him a stamp and instructed him to stamp the contract himself. However, as he attempted to approach, 𝐼𝐼 instinctively backed away, aware of how his quirk operated. 𝐼𝐼 challenged him to take the seal without causing harm, and 𝐼𝐼 accepted the challenge, determined to prove his transformation. With a surge of energy, 𝐼𝐼 summoned a BLD spike from his back, ready to demonstrate his control and resolve. Mirio, sensing the tension, excused himself from the room. 𝐼𝐼 watched, intrigued by 𝐼𝐼's determination to show that he had truly changed. As 𝐼𝐼 waved the large spike, attempting to grab the seal from 𝐼𝐼's hand, he also created an almost invisible BLD strand from 𝐼𝐼's BLD. It was so thin it resembled a strand of blonde hair. 𝐼𝐼 carefully maneuvered the BLD strand out of his hand while using the big WHP to distract him. 𝐼𝐼 appeared to have only one plan, but he was secretly working on another. Once the thin BLD strand was close enough, he transformed the back BLD WHP into a pouch and used the strand to retrieve the seal from 𝗟𝗍𝗧's grasp. He successfully obtained the seal. 𝐼𝐼 returned 𝗟𝗍𝗧's BLD back to him and retracted his BLD spike, dropping the seal into his hand. 𝗟𝗍𝗧 wore a shocked expression. Contemplating how 𝐼𝐼 had accomplished this feat, he realized it wasn't telekinesis. Instead, 𝐼𝐼 had used the nearly invisible BLD strand to snatch the seal from his hand while maintaining the illusion of using the larger WHP. 𝗟𝗍𝗧 acknowledged 𝐼𝐼's cleverness, recognizing that a former villain would naturally have multiple strategies in play. He admired 𝐼𝐼's intelligence and believed he would be a valuable asset. The determination in 𝐼𝐼's eyes conveyed a truth that 𝗟𝗍𝗧 could not ignore. He accepted him wholeheartedly. 𝐼𝐼 stamped the paper, and at that moment, Mirio walked in. He was impressed by 𝐼𝐼's achievement and asked for 𝗟𝗍𝗧's opinion. 𝗟𝗍𝗧 praised 𝐼𝐼 for his well-formulated plan and handed him a schedule, emphasizing the importance of punctuality and compliance. The schedule indicated that 𝐼𝐼 would be working from 9:30 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. 𝐼𝐼 felt overwhelmed by the tight schedule, realizing that Sunday was his only day off. He expressed his confusion about the late hours, but 𝗟𝗍𝗧 reassured him that he would be compensated for his work and that staying up late was likely not a challenge for someone with his past. 𝐼𝐼 left the office with Mirio, reflecting on 𝗟𝗍𝗧's stern exterior, which he believed masked a warm-hearted nature. Mirio agreed, and 𝐼𝐼 felt relieved that he had managed to evade suspicion during their encounter. He planned to share the details with his friends later, wondering what tasks awaited him. After a bus ride and a half-mile walk, they arrived at UA. 𝐼𝐼 found his friends Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro discussing their work studies. Kirishima greeted him enthusiastically, curious about his day. 𝐼𝐼 shared that he had successfully entered 𝗟𝗍𝗧's agency, and his friends congratulated him, expressing their admiration for his achievement. As they spoke, Todoroki, who had been eavesdropping, sighed at the widening gap between their progress. Bakugo merely sighed in response. 𝐼𝐼, feeling tired from the day's events, decided to head to his room. He changed, climbed into bed, and used his phone to message his group about his acceptance into the agency, encouraging them to share information in code. It was 9:30 p.m. when 𝐼𝐼 decided to sleep, knowing he needed to be up early for his important work study. The next morning, he woke up bright-eyed and quickly checked the time, 8:55 a.m. He rushed to the bathroom for a quick shower, dressed, and hurried out of his dorm room. Kirishima, surprised by 𝐼𝐼's haste, asked why he was in such a rush. 𝐼𝐼 explained that he needed to reach his work study by 9:30 a.m. Kirishima revealed that he had also secured an agency and was meeting them at 10 a.m., thanks to Tamaki's recommendation. 𝐼𝐼 wished him well and grabbed a snack bar, leftovers, and water, packing them into his bag. Realizing the bus ride would take too long, Midoriya decided to fly. He dashed to the door, bag slung over his shoulder, and summoned his BLD wings. With a powerful leap into the air, he flapped his wings rapidly, soaring at an impressive speed as he cut straight through the path to his destination. Being in the air made it easy for Midoriya. All he had to do was fly above the buildings. Eventually, he reached the building and absorbed his BLD wings, fixing his hair as he ran up the stairs. He had 5 minutes to spare. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 acknowledged Midoriya's arrival with a glare, commenting on his timely appearance. Midoriya explained that he had missed the first bus, and Mirio, who was already there, assured him that he wasn't late enough to be marked down for anything. They were informed that they would be conducting patrols in a specific area as part of an undercover mission to gather evidence on a man named Kai Chisaki, who was under police watch. Although Chisaki had not committed any crimes, he was considered a suspect due to his connections with the League. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 showed them an image of Chisaki, and Midoriya's heart raced at the thought of the man having met with the League. The weather was slightly rainy, but not too heavy, as they stepped onto the streets. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 instructed Mirio to take Midoriya and patrol the designated area while he covered another. They began their walk, discussing anything suspicious as they surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a little girl came running out of an alleyway and bumped into Midoriya. Despite his chaotic nature, Midoriya had strong morals when it came to children. He stopped and squatted down to her level, asking if she was okay. The girl, with striking crimson-red eyes, long white hair, and bandages covering her body, clung to him and pleaded not to be let go. Kai Chisaki then appeared, and Midoriya felt a wave of anxiety, hoping the man wouldn't recognize him. Chisaki explained that the girl had simply had a temper tantrum and offered to take her back. Midoriya, concerned for the girl, inquired about her condition. Chisaki dismissed the matter, attributing her bandages to clumsiness. The girl jumped off Midoriya and ran to Chisaki, who then suggested they move to a more private location for further discussion. Midoriya and Mirio followed him into the alleyway. Chisaki lamented about the challenges of parenting, mentioning that the girl had been more temperamental lately. Midoriya couldn't help but feel a sense of unease about the girl's situation. As they prepared to leave, Midoriya was cut off by Mirio, who reminded him that they needed to report back to 𝐼𝐼𝐼 without revealing their identities. Midoriya reflected on Chisaki's treatment of the girl, vowing to uncover the truth about her circumstances during his next visit with the League. The two heroes continued their patrol for the rest of the day until their shift ended, returning to UA to resume their usual activities. Later that night, Midoriya felt a mix of frustration and concern for the girl. He knew that Chisaki's actions were unacceptable, and while he was relieved that his identity remained safe, he couldn't shake the feeling that something needed to be done about the situation. As the clock struck 1 a.m., Midoriya contacted 𝐼𝐼𝐼 to open a portal, determined to avoid any risks given the heightened alert from the police and heroes. Upon entering the portal, he found himself in a modern room, quite different from their usual base. The decor was inviting, with blue and white couches and wooden floors. Chisaki was seated across from Shigaraki, who questioned Midoriya's presence. Chisaki then inquired about Midoriya's encounter with the hero earlier, to which Midoriya explained his involvement with a hero agency for UA. Chisaki acknowledged the risk he took in not revealing Midoriya's identity, knowing the consequences of crossing the League. Chisaki shifted the conversation to a quirk-destroying drag, offering samples in exchange for 2 members from the League. Shigaraki proposed 2 Nomu, which Chisaki accepted as long as they would follow his commands. The deal was struck, and Chisaki handed over the samples, expecting the Nomu to be delivered the following day. Out of curiosity, Midoriya wondered what exactly the bullets were made of. He already had a nauseating idea of what it could be. Chisaki, however, refused to share that information, stating it was private. Midoriya sighed, acknowledging the response. Chisaki then confronted him about prying into Eri's situation, asserting that she was none of Midoriya's concern. Midoriya, though aware of his own instability, insisted he had morals when it came to children. Chisaki raised his hand as if to attack, but Shigaraki intervened, grabbing Chisaki's hand and only lifting his pinky. Chisaki demanded to be released, but Shigaraki insisted he keep his hand down to avoid further conflict. Reluctantly, Chisaki complied. Midoriya wore a smug expression as he warned Chisaki to be on alert, mentioning that the heroes were investigating him. He made it clear that he wouldn't help if things went wrong, and if Chisaki exposed his identity, there would be consequences. Chisaki sarcastically thanked him for the warning, but Shigaraki reiterated the seriousness of the situation, threatening Chisaki if he jeopardized their operation. Chisaki acknowledged the warning with frustration. After the meeting concluded, Midoriya returned to UA and went to sleep, this time setting an alarm. The next morning, he woke up to the sound of his alarm, groaning as he got ready for the day. It was Thursday, and he had to go to the agency after school, just like any other day. Later, when it was time to head to the agency, Sir Night-Eye informed everyone that they had a meeting with a couple of other agencies in an hour. Midoriya followed Night-Eye out of his office, wondering if the meeting was related to what they had discovered the previous day. In the meeting room, Midoriya saw several other pros and fellow UA classmates, including Kirishima, who was surprised to see him there. A man with yellow eyes and fluffy black hair, known as 𝗏𝗏, questioned why kids were present. A cheerful, round man explained that they had important information. 𝗏𝗏 sighed as the meeting began. Sir Night-Eye revealed that they had discovered Chisaki's quirk, overhaul, which allowed him to disassemble and reassemble things. He then pulled out a bag containing a red bullet, explaining that they had examined a drag that destroyed the quirk portion of the body and found traces of human flesh. Midoriya and Mirio felt their hearts race with stress, especially upon seeing a girl covered in bandages, clearly frightened. Kirishima expressed confusion, and 𝗏𝗏 bluntly stated that they believed Chisaki was using his daughter to create these drags. Kirishima's neutral expression turned dark and sad. Sir Night-Eye noted that no one felt as strongly as Midoriya and Mirio about the situation. Mirio leaped from his seat, determined to rescue her, while Midoriya remained seated, contemplating the implications of Chisaki's actions. He realized that Chisaki had been using the girl for her BLD to produce the drags and vowed to take him down. Sir Night-Eye explained that their rescue mission would have to be delayed until they could scout 9 areas to determine where the girl was being held. He emphasized the importance of not raising suspicion. Fat Gum questioned why they couldn't act immediately, but Night-Eye warned that rushing in unprepared could lead to disaster. 𝗏𝗏 criticized the earlier hesitation, but Night-Eye defended their need for a solid plan. 𝗏𝗏 suggested using Night-Eye's quirk to see the future, but Night-Eye explained that his ability was limited and could only be used once every 24 hours. He instructed the pros to scan the area and report back with any information, dismissing the meeting. Midoriya contemplated how Shigaraki would likely be interested in taking down Chisaki, as it would benefit both their goals. He resolved to discuss a plan with Shigaraki later as he followed Mirio out of the meeting room. Sir Night-Eye reassured them that they would get the girl back, and Midoriya forced a responsive apology. After the meeting, Midoriya's mental health began to decline as he became consumed with the plan to rescue 𝗟𝗏 and deal with Chisaki without being caught. This obsession affected his school duties, and he still hadn't spoken to Shigaraki about his plan, feeling unprepared. While sitting on his bed, deep in thought about the plan, Midoriya received a text from Night-Eye. They had finally discovered where 𝗟𝗏 was being kept. He realized he had to move forward with his plan, knowing he had little choice. After texting Shigaraki to explain his strategy, he received an encouraging response, affirming that Chisaki would learn his place and that Midoriya could continue as their spy. With newfound determination, Midoriya jumped out of bed and found Kirishima. They exchanged nods, ready for the challenge ahead. The following day was Saturday, the day they would rescue 𝗟𝗏. Midoriya felt anxious but managed to get some sleep, knowing the importance of what lay ahead. The next morning, he woke up feeling energized and ready to confront Chisaki and ensure 𝗟𝗏's safety. He donned his hero costume and rushed out the door, prepared for the mission that awaited him. Kirishima was waiting for Midoriya. The two ran out the door and found Mirio also waiting. Together, they rushed to the meeting place. Sir Night-Eye outlined the plan, explaining that they had determined where the girl was being held, the main base where Chisaki resided. 𝗏𝐼 sighed, noting the high security they would face. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 urged everyone to move quickly, emphasizing that a child was in danger. As they arrived at the location, they saw police officers lined up around the premises. They charged inward, but it wasn't long before a large guard emerged, unleashing a powerful force that sent many flying. Midoriya quickly caught some of the officers and set them down safely before they pressed further into the building. More guards awaited them at the entrance, but the professionals swiftly took them out. Inside the building, they began running down a hall when they encountered a wall blocking their path. 𝗏𝐼 groaned, realizing that Chisaki's quirk could reassemble things. Mirio volunteered to check for another way around and discovered more hallway beyond the wall. He dashed through, prompting Midoriya to create a BLD spike that shattered the obstruction effortlessly. Fat Gum complimented Midoriya on his strong quirk, and they continued their pursuit. As they ran, they demolished walls until the structure began to tremble ominously. Far Gum shouted in disbelief, questioning how Chisaki could manipulate such large structures. An officer instructed 𝗏𝐼 to secure the walls, and he complied. Mirio raced ahead, not waiting for anyone. Suddenly, the walls surged toward them, threatening to crush the group. Midoriya took a deep breath and created another BLD spike, using it to destroy the incoming wall. He explained that he had a plan to deal with the wallbender, but it would be a bit messy. 𝗏𝐼 urged him to proceed as long as everyone remained safe. Midoriya instructed everyone to step back and placed his hand against the wall, causing BLD to seep out and reveal the wallbender, immobilized by his own BLD. With the path clearer, they continued running, navigating through the less obstructed corridors. They encountered thicker walls, but Kirishima and the other pros assisted Midoriya in breaking through, allowing them to advance down the treacherous path. Mirio confronted Chisaki, demanding the child. Chisaki refused and took Eri directly. In a flash, Mirio sank into the ground and reappeared, delivering a punch to Chisaki's face. Suddenly, spikes erupted from the floor, transforming the room into a more spacious arena with all exits sealed. Mirio seized the opportunity to grab Eri and retreat. Chisaki warned that giving a child false hope was cruel, but Mirio reassured Eri that he would save her. Chisaki ordered his accomplice to shoot Mirio, who was holding Eri. Mirio swiftly used his cape to deflect the firearm. As Chisaki manipulated the ground, Mirio leaped just as the two collided, both hitting their heads. Chisaki began to mumble about letting go of the child, but Mirio quickly realized the danger and grabbed Eri. Eri pleaded for him to escape, but Mirio stood firm. Suddenly, a bullet struck Mirio's hand, causing him to lose his quirk. Chisaki taunted him, but Mirio charged forward and landed a solid punch to Chisaki's face, only to be met by sharp spikes that pierced his stomach. Just then, Midoriya burst through the wall, spotting Chisaki. He quickly rushed to stop Mirio's bleeding. 𝗏𝐼 asked how he was managing it, and Midoriya explained that his quirk allowed him to 𝗟𝗚𝗚 healing, though it was only effective enough to stop the bleeding. 𝗟𝗘𝐼 took charge, instructing Midoriya to get Mirio and Eri to safety while he faced Chisaki. Midoriya complied, dragging them away. Mirio insisted he could walk thanks to Midoriya's healing, but Midoriya was determined to help. Chisaki, frustrated, unleashed a massive spike that pierced 𝗟𝗘𝐼. Midoriya reacted swiftly, using a BLD WHP to pull him to safety, but he couldn't heal him with the spike lodged in his stomach. Midoriya glared at Chisaki, who wore a furious yet confused expression. Midoriya smirked as 5 large BLD WHPs sprouted from his back. 𝗟𝗘𝐼, using his quirk, watched in alarm and warned Midoriya to escape. Midoriya refused to abandon Eri, insisting he would not let her be captured again. Chisaki realized Midoriya was serious about rescuing her and prepared to fight back. Midoriya launched one of the BLD spikes at Chisaki, grazing him. In retaliation, Chisaki slammed the ground, sending a barrage of spikes toward Midoriya, piercing his leg and arm. Ignoring the pain, Midoriya pressed on, determined to save Eri and his friends. Midoriya cleared away the spikes in a single blow and launched at Chisaki, who was absorbing a former teammate. Chisaki, speaking through a hand that only addressed Eri, warned her that another person would die because of her. Midoriya managed to land a blow on Chisaki's stomach, sending him flying back. Eri came running, with Mirio nowhere to be seen. She whimpered that she didn't want this and pleaded to be let go. Midoriya groaned as he recognized the small girl. Rocklock and the other pro-heroes were engaged with various members of the Yakuza in different rooms. Chisaki shouted at Eri, taunting her about how it was easier to get hurt than to watch others suffer for her sake. Eri cried out for healing, promising to return. Chisaki insisted that if she came closer, he would heal them. Eri attempted to run to Chisaki but was stopped by Midoriya, who firmly held her back, declaring he wouldn't let her return to that monster. Just then, the roof caved in with a tremendous force from outside. The dragon hero burst through, engaged in battle with someone else. In the chaos, Eri was accidentally released and found herself alone once more, dangerously close to Chisaki. Chisaki slammed the ground, sending Eri soaring into the air alongside him. Midoriya leaped up, using his WHPS to propel himself. Eri, feeling desperate, thought she had to return to let them save her. Spotting Mirio's cape, she grabbed it, activating her quirk and landing safely back in Midoriya's arms. Chisaki unleashed a barrage of spikes, but Midoriya dodged them skillfully. He then summoned the largest spike imaginable from his body, his eyes glowing red, and struck the ground with it. The force sent him flying into the air, but instead of being stunned, he found that all his injuries had healed. Midoriya landed with Eri, who still had a glowing horn. He asked if she was a healer, but suddenly he felt immense pain and instructed her to stop her quirk. Eri, panicking, admitted she didn't know how. With a soft sigh, Midoriya decided on a method to safely help her pass out. He reassured her that everything would be okay as he placed his hand on her head. Eri then lost consciousness as he carefully stopped her BLD flow, ensuring her safety. Chisaki demanded Eri back, but Midoriya firmly refused. Chisaki warned him not to say he hadn't been warned as he struck the ground. Midoriya, holding Eri, jumped out of the way. He thought about how he could use his BLD to wrap around Eri while still fighting, freeing his arms. He manipulated his BLD to create a solid structure, allowing him to move freely. Chisaki mocked Midoriya, claiming he wouldn't know how to use Eri's power. As Chisaki unleashed another spike barrage, Midoriya soared into the sky, creating BLD wings to keep himself aloft. He maneuvered through the air, confusing Chisaki, before delivering a powerful roundhouse kick with a BLD WHP that sent Chisaki flying. Midoriya followed up with a punch to Chisaki's face before retreating into the air, still holding Eri. Despite being unconscious, Eri cried in her sleep. Chisaki, frustrated, began to regain his composure. Midoriya's eyes glowed red, sparking with energy as he upgraded his power mid-fight. WHPS of solidified BLD shot out from his body, ensnaring Chisaki from all angles. Midoriya looked fierce, with red, thin WHPS extending from his arms, legs, and back. Chisaki found himself immobilized, and as Midoriya's WHPS made contact, he absorbed some of Chisaki's BLD. With a powerful slam, Midoriya drove Chisaki into the ground from a height of 500 feet, the impact knocking Chisaki out cold and causing significant damage. Midoriya landed unharmed, having healed from Chisaki's earlier attacks. He reabsorbed the BLD, revealing small holes in his hero outfit, while Eri remained safely in the BLD pouch he had created. He rushed to Sir Night-Eye, who had been injured. Night-Eye, barely conscious, expressed disbelief that Midoriya was standing after Chisaki's assault. Midoriya urged him to get to the hospital quickly, and the dragon hero confirmed that ambulances were on the way. At the hospital, Midoriya inquired about the others. Aizawa, peeking into the room, informed him of their conditions. Kirishima had severe lacerations and a broken bone, Fat Gum had broken both arms, Temajiki had a cracked bone in his face, Mirio had a stab wound and broken bones, Aizawa needed stitches, and Eri was in quarantine with a fever. Midoriya then asked about Sir Night-Eye. Aizawa hesitated, suggesting it would be better for Midoriya to see for himself. As they entered Night-Eye's room, Midoriya was surprised to see All Might there. He asked about Night-Eye's condition, wanting to get it over with. The doctor grimly informed them that Night-Eye was in his final moments, having survived longer than expected. Midoriya felt conflicted, not caring about Night-Eye's fate but unsure how to mask his feelings. Night-Eye managed to whisper All Might's name, a final acknowledgement in his fading consciousness. All Might and Midoriya rushed into the room, filled with urgency and concern. All Might pleaded for Sir Night-Eye to hold on, expressing his deep regret and longing to make amends. Sir Night-Eye acknowledged All Might's presence, his voice weak but steady as he welcomed Mirio, who was visibly distressed and in a cast. Mirio's heart ached as he begged Sir Night-Eye to stay alive, revealing how much he owed to him. Sir Night-Eye gently reassured Mirio, affirming his potential as a hero, but Mirio felt lost without him. All Might, with tears streaming down his face, echoed Mirio's sentiments, insisting that they still had time to make things right. Sir Night-Eye shared his wisdom, emphasizing the importance of joy and laughter in a world filled with sorrow. As his heartbeat faded, the room fell silent, and the weight of loss enveloped All Might and Mirio, who wept openly. Midoriya, feigning tears, excused himself to the bathroom. In the midst of his grief, Midoriya sent a message to the group, informing them of Chisaki's location and the urgency to retrieve the quirk-destroying bullets. He put his phone away, masking his true feelings with a somber expression before returning to his hospital room to change back into his UA uniform. Meanwhile, outside, 𝗟𝗶 and Spinner were in front of the vehicle transporting Chisaki. 𝗟𝗶 complained about the speed, while Spinner insisted on focusing on their mission. Suddenly, a police officer recognized Shigaraki, who swiftly engaged in battle. Shigaraki's quirk proved effective, and he dispatched the sand hero with ease, leaving only the police officers behind. He broke through the glass of the police car, freeing Chisaki, who questioned Shigaraki's intentions. Shigaraki taunted him, revealing the irony of Chisaki's situation. In a swift motion, Shigaraki incapacitated Chisaki, leaving him vulnerable. As he opened the box containing the quirk-destroying bullets, he laughed at Chisaki's protests, claiming victory over his efforts. Shigaraki ordered 𝗟𝗶 to finish the job, leaving Chisaki to face his fate alone as they drove away. Later, news broke of the incident, detailing the casualties and implicating Shigaraki. Midoriya, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl listened intently. Aizawa reassured Midoriya that he was not to blame, though Midoriya internally wrestled with his thoughts. Aizawa informed them that Mirio would remain in the hospital for another day, while the others were cleared to return to UA. As Kirishima, Azui, and Achiko joined them, it was clear that while they appeared physically fine, they were struggling emotionally. The police approached Midoriya and Kirishima, needing them for questioning, which delayed their return to the dorms until nightfall. Upon their arrival, their classmates erupted in excitement, rushing to greet them. Amidst the chaos, Ida attempted to maintain order, reminding everyone of the emotional toll the day had taken on Midoriya and Kirishima. After a brief exchange, Midoriya excused himself, claiming fatigue, though in truth, he had other matters to attend to. As Midoriya settled into bed, he reflected on the recent events with a sense of relief. With Sir Night-Eye out of the way, he felt unburdened by the fear of his plans being discovered. He acknowledged the pain of others but felt a sense of determination to pursue his goals without interference. As he drifted off to sleep, he contemplated his next move. In the principal's office, Aizawa discussed the upcoming event with Principal Nizu and other teachers. Nizu argued for the importance of maintaining morale among the students, suggesting that enhanced security measures could mitigate the risks involved. Aizawa remained cautious, aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. "That's why we're going to do it," Nizu stated. "Fine then," Aizawa sighed. The next day, in class, Aizawa addressed the students with a serious tone. He looked around at their anxious faces and announced that they would be having a school festival. The class reacted with stress and concern. Kirishima expressed that it wasn't a smart idea, while Momo added that it should be cancelled this year. Aizawa explained that the event was primarily for the general studies students, not the Hero Corps students, who had already participated in the sports festival broadcasted nationwide. This festival would be a more NTMT event, limited to parents and students, with some exceptions. The class sighed, realizing their involvement with villains had caused stress for the other students. Ida questioned why they were being informed, to which 𝐼𝐬𝐽 replied that they would all be participating. The class erupted in disbelief at the announcement. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 warned them that if they didn't come up with an idea, he would go with his own plan, which involved a public lecture. The class shuddered at his gaze as he settled into a sleeping bag that seemed to appear from nowhere. Ida took the initiative, urging everyone to offer ideas. 𝗏𝐾𝐽 suggested a fight to the finish, while others chimed in with various suggestions like a food shop, a farm, study time, and arm wrestling. Ida diligently wrote down all the ideas, but Momo soon pointed out that she had eliminated the ones that were clearly not feasible. 𝗏𝐾𝐽 protested when he noticed his suggestion was crossed off, as none of the ideas seemed exciting enough. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 announced that it was lunchtime and he wanted their final idea by the end of the day. The class gasped at the deadline. As the day progressed, Ida reminded everyone they needed to decide. Midoriya then shared his idea of building a roller coaster. Kaminari questioned its feasibility, but Todoroki recalled a time when they had created an ice slide during training, suggesting that it might be possible. 𝗏𝐾𝐽 was shocked when he learned Todoroki had taken a picture of it. Momo raised concerns about how they would construct the roller coaster. Midoriya explained that with their quirks, they could create the structure. Momo could make small shapes, he would arrange them like a roller coaster, and Todoroki would freeze it. Once solid, they could build on top of it for stability. Ida praised the idea, and Kaminari was impressed by Midoriya's creativity. They agreed to start the next day, with Momo ensuring her shapes would keep the ice frozen for a long time, while Midoriya prepared for the effort ahead. With excitement, Ida declared that Class 1A would be making a roller coaster for the school festival. The class cheered, many of them eager to experience their first roller coaster ride. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 then informed Midoriya that 𝗟𝗃 had woken up and was asking for him. He led Midoriya to the hospital where 𝗟𝗃 was staying. In the hospital room, 𝗟𝗃 expressed her gratitude for being saved but was unsure of what to call Midoriya. He quickly responded that she could call him 𝐾𝐿. Mirio, confused, whispered to Midoriya that it sounded like part of his former villain name, to which Midoriya explained it represented change. 𝗟𝗃 then asked why they had saved her, and Midoriya replied that it was wrong to stand by while a child was hurt. Mirio added that they wanted to see her smile. 𝗟𝗃 began to pinch her cheeks, confused about how to smile. Midoriya thought about how Chisaki had hurt her and hoped the roller coaster would bring her joy. He then asked 𝐼𝐬𝐽 if 𝗟𝗃 could attend the festival, and after a moment of consideration, 𝐼𝐬𝐽 agreed, stating he would be there to supervise. Mirio cheered, explaining to 𝗟𝗃 what a school festival was. Midoriya corrected him, clarifying that it was a fun event where everyone participated to ensure others had a good time. 𝗟𝗃's eyes lit up at the thought of fun and asked if she would be able to smile. Mirio excitedly mentioned candy apples, and Midoriya explained that they were regular apples coated in sweet candy, making them taste even better. 𝗟𝗃 was thrilled at the idea of sweeter apples and eagerly anticipated the festival. Thus began their journey to create a roller coaster that would bring a smile to 𝗟𝗃's face for the first time. After the visit to the hospital, Midoriya returned to his room, deep in thought as he fell asleep. He had initially planned to disrupt the festival but reconsidered, realizing that 𝗟𝗃 deserved happiness. He contemplated a new plan involving Shigaraki and the League, thinking about how chaos could serve their purposes while also reflecting on his longing to protect 𝗟𝗃's smile. The next day, 𝐼𝐬𝐽 addressed the class, confirming that they would indeed be building a roller coaster. The class nodded in agreement, ready to embark on their project with enthusiasm. The students had 2 hours off during the school day and the rest of the afternoon to work. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 expressed his expectations for their project, and the class nodded with determination. The break was scheduled from 10:30 to 12:30, after which they would return for lunch before deciding whether to continue working after school. As the clock approached 10 o'clock, they had only 30 minutes until it was time to start. Once the time came, 𝐼𝐬𝐽 showed them the area they would be working with, a generous amount of land. He emphasized that they had exactly 1 month to complete their project. Momo pulled out a blueprint, suggesting how the roller coaster could look. Mina questioned how they would create the parts, to which Momo explained that her creation quirk could produce the necessary components, but they would all need to assemble them afterward. Sato sighed, realizing the task ahead would take considerable time. They began their work, with Momo mass-producing small parts. Midoriya used his BLD quirk to lift them into the shape of the coaster, while Todoroki froze the structure in place, as he was still string complex shapes. Midoriya retracted his BLD, allowing the parts Momo created to release a thick cement, ensuring the ice would remain intact. The ice coaster stood 30 feet off the ground, designed with safety in mind but still promising fun. It featured a flat section that gradually inclined, then dipped down before rising again to a larger hill, culminating in a thrilling drop. Kaminari suggested adding more excitement to the ride, proposing effects like rings of fire and blasts of electricity. Momo assigned Bakugo to lead the effects team alongside Kaminari, Mineta, Koda, Tokoyami, and Todoroki, while the rest focused on the construction. Bakugo, initially resistant, accepted his role, motivated by the challenge. Todoroki proposed utilizing Bakugo's sweat, which contained a nitroglycerin-like substance, to create safe explosions at various points on the coaster. The idea was well received, and they moved forward with their plans. As the builders worked on the frame, Momo assessed their progress and discussed the need for safety features. Midoriya suggested that Momo create the necessary parts or that he could go to the store to gather supplies. They agreed to focus on the starting point of the roller coaster first, with Momo already beginning to produce the parts. As the weeks passed, Bakugo and his effects team developed exciting ideas for the roller coaster, including fire rings and electric displays. The structure was taking shape, made of metal and cement, and all that remained was to add color. 3 days before the festival, Midoriya volunteered to buy paint and other supplies, assuring the group he would return quickly. Upon his return, he found his classmates preparing for the painting process, wearing protective suits and masks. When asked about the colors he chose, he explained that red symbolized speed and was visually appealing, while blue provided a nice contrast. They set to work painting the roller coaster, incorporating a cool design that featured Class 1A. After hours of effort, they completed the painting just in time for the festival. Using Todoroki's flames, they dried the paint quickly and applied a protective top coat. With everything prepared, it was finally time for the festival. Momo checked off items on her checklist and confirmed that the test run with a dummy had gone smoothly, with no risks of injury. On Sunday afternoon, the class gathered to discuss the roller coaster, and Momo announced that they would cut the ribbon the next day to officially open it. The class cheered, and Aizawa observed with a satisfied grin, impressed by their accomplishment. On festival day, Class 1A lined up around their impressive roller coaster, which gleamed in the sunlight, adorned with red and blue ribbons. Other classes gathered in anticipation, including Mirio and Eri. Momo welcomed everyone through her microphone, expressing excitement for the roller coaster they had built for everyone's enjoyment. There was a cheer in the line of people. Momo cut the ribbon, declaring that the attraction was finally open. Eri and Mirio were first in line. Eri tugged on Midoriya's shirt, asking if it was safe. Midoriya, surprised to see her, reassured her that they had made everything completely safe and encouraged her to have fun. Eri climbed aboard with Mirio, taking the front seat alongside a few other classmates. Midoriya checked in, asking if everything was set. Momo confirmed, pulling the lever to start the ride. The seats began to ascend the track, while Todoroki prepared his flames for the special effects. As Eri and the others climbed the steep hill, the anticipation built. Smoke puffs appeared from the side, thanks to the special effects team. Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement. They dipped down a small hill, and a puff of smoke erupted. Now they were ascending an even steeper hill, gearing up for the big drop. At the top, the ride suddenly halted. Then, with a rush, they plunged down the steep hill, racing through rings of fire, explosions, and shadows. Eri's eyes widened, and she was beaming with joy. Tears of happiness welled up in Mirio's eyes as he saw her smile. They made a sharp turn, climbing a smaller hill before sliding back down quickly. As the ride slowed, they reached the end. Eri jumped off and ran to Midoriya, her smile broader than ever. Midoriya felt a surge of happiness seeing her so joyful. Eri exclaimed about the thrilling experience, jumping up and down with excitement. Midoriya offered her the chance to ride again, and she leaped with joy, rushing back to the line. They repeated the ride several times, and Eri's smile seemed to grow even larger. Aizawa snapped pictures of her going up and down the hill, capturing the joy on everyone's faces. Midoriya thought to himself that he was glad to see her happy, even if he felt indifferent about the rest of the festival. As the festival came to a close, it was time to dismantle the roller coaster. Midoriya confidently stated that he would handle it. Everyone stepped back in anticipation. Kaminari suddenly called out, reminding them that they hadn't ridden their own roller coaster yet. Midoriya sighed but agreed, and the entire class, including Bakugo and Todoroki, climbed aboard. Kirishima asked if Midoriya was joining them, but he questioned who would stop the ride. Aizawa, with a stern expression, insisted that Midoriya should join them. Showing him the pictures he had taken, Aizawa encouraged him to have fun. Reluctantly, Midoriya climbed on. As the roller coaster began its ascent, Midoriya remained expressionless. They swerved down, and a small explosion erupted. They climbed a larger hill, and Midoriya's demeanor remained unchanged. When they plunged down, Todoroki unleashed flames at the rings, and the crowd cheered. Midoriya's lips curled into a slight smirk as the biggest explosion lit up the sky, startling him. When the ride ended, Aizawa captured a picture of the group amid the excitement. They were all smiling, and it was a heartwarming sight. However, Midoriya's expression returned to its usual seriousness once the fun was over. Kaminari cheered about how enjoyable it was, and Aizawa teased them with the pictures he had taken. Mineta pointed out that Midoriya was smiling for the first time that day, while Kirishima joked about his usually cold demeanor. Midoriya asked if he could destroy the roller coaster now, and Aizawa granted permission. A grin spread across Midoriya's face as he summoned a large WHP to dismantle the structure. The class backed up to watch in awe as he effortlessly sliced through the roller coaster in one swift motion. As the sun began to set, Midoriya instructed everyone to prepare bags for the debris. Smaller WHPs emerged from the larger one, collecting the remnants. While everyone else filled one bag, Midoriya had already filled 3 by the time they finished cleaning up. They ended up with around 20 to 40 bags of metal and wood. Despite the hard work, everyone had enjoyed the day, even Midoriya, who usually kept to himself. After their efforts, they returned to the dorms and slept soundly. Aizawa printed the pictures of the class and hung them on the fridge while they were asleep. When the class awoke, Midoriya was the first to notice the pictures. While they were sweet, he disliked being in them. He groaned as he prepared some cereal, and his classmates began to notice the photos. Mina cheered over Eri's adorable smile, and Achiko and Momo chimed in with their compliments. Azui asked who had taken the pictures, and Momo suggested it was Aizawa as she and the girls walked away from the fridge. They had a day off as a reward for winning first place at the festival. Midoriya settled on the couch, turning on the TV, sensing that something significant was about to happen involving the Todorokis. In fact, he was part of a plan with Shigaraki and 𝗟𝗶𝐻. Meanwhile, Hawks was having brunch with 𝗟𝗏H𝗏. Hawks casually mentioned that he had become a spy among Shigaraki's group when a loud explosion interrupted them. The window beside them shattered as 𝗟𝗏H𝗏 sprang into action, instructing Hawks to protect everyone while he confronted the threat outside. 𝗟𝗏H𝗏 leaped through the broken window, facing a dark figure with eyes like 𝗂𝗏. The creature, lacking a proper head, spoke to him, tauntingly asking if he had come to defeat it. Midoriya smirked inwardly at the unfolding events on the TV. It had begun. The Nomu was so advanced that it should have been able to defeat 𝗟𝗏H𝗏. It possessed cognitive abilities and knew how to strategize. On top of that, it had multiple quirks. Todoroki sat beside Midoriya, sweat trickling down his face as he watched his father in battle. Although he hadn't forgiven 𝗟𝗏H𝗏 for his past actions, he still cared for him. After all, he was his dad. 𝗟𝗏H𝗏 grabbed the Nomu by its head and attempted to use his special move, Prominence Burn, but it was ineffective. The Nomu remained alive and fully healed. It retaliated by slamming a pipe into 𝗟𝗏H𝗏's face, narrowly missing his eye. Hawks was busy saving everyone and had run out of feathers to assist 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 seized the 𝗨𝐻𝐬 and propelled it upward into the sky. Hawks thought to himself about 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿's intention to draw the 𝗨𝐻𝐬 away from the crowd. A news reporter commented on the scene, drawing parallels to 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽's last battle at 𝐾𝐮𝐻𝐬, questioning whether 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 would win this fight. A boy with pink hair and eyes shouted in defense of 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿, emphasizing that he was fighting for their safety. Todoroki, now standing and visibly stressed, was aware of the stakes. Meanwhile, Midoriya seemed unfazed, even considering that a victory for the 𝗨𝐻𝐬 could serve his future plans. The 𝗨𝐻𝐬 acknowledged 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿's resilience as it struggled against his grip. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 responded with a hiss, and once they reached a sufficient height, he prepared to unleash a powerful attack. He declared, despite his reservations about the cliché, that he would show the world what it truly meant to go plus ultra. With that, he ignited an enormous flame, the heat becoming intense enough that he risked heat stroke if he didn't finish quickly. Fortunately for him, the 𝗨𝐻𝐬 succumbed to the overwhelming heat and turned to ash. Todoroki let out a sigh of relief and crouched down, having been holding his breath unintentionally. Midoriya felt a twinge of frustration but masked it with a feigned smile as he patted Todoroki's back. Midoriya thought to himself that it took 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 a while to defeat that 𝗨𝐻𝐬, which was frustrating. As 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 fell from the sky, he needed someone to catch him, or he would face dire consequences. Luckily, Hawks managed to catch him with the feathers he had regrown in time. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 was taken to the hospital due to heat stroke but managed to survive. Hawks also received medical attention for a blow to the head while rescuing someone, and he was fine. As the sun began to set, Todoroki and his family chose not to visit the hospital. They had not forgiven 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿, and they knew he was alive. Midoriya returned to his room to contemplate 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿's weaknesses, which he would need for his future plans. He reflected on how if 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 had not defeated the 𝗨𝐻𝐬, they could have analyzed his fighting stats. However, he realized that 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿's heat stroke indicated a limit to his quirk. If he could push 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 to his limit, he could defeat him without much trouble. Midoriya concluded that more 𝗨𝐻𝐬 needed to be created. If 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 struggled against one, an army of them would wear him out, providing an opportunity for anyone to defeat him, preferably himself. Once the heroes were gone, no one would be able to protect the people, allowing him to carry out his plans. He scribbled notes in his secret notebook and hid it away, thinking about retrieving his weapons. He sent a message to 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗑, asking him to prepare his weapons for pickup at the cabin. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗑 replied that he would need some time before Midoriya could come. Midoriya considered his hiding spots, finally deciding that the best place would be in his closet, covered by clothes and a suitcase to avoid suspicion. He thought about placing them under his mattress for easier access. By 9 p.m., the sun had completely set. Midoriya sat on his bed, using his phone until he heard a knock at his door. He used his WHP to open it, feeling too lazy to get up. It was Todoroki at the door, who informed him that the boys were asking for him to join them for some games. Midoriya agreed and headed downstairs. Upon arriving, he found Kaminari, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tokoyami waiting for him. Bakugo remarked on how long it took Midoriya to arrive, and Midoriya inquired about the game they were playing. Kaminari explained that they would be playing a series of games. They gamed for hours, with Midoriya excelling despite having never played before. His analytical skills gave him an edge in every game. In the midst of their gaming session, Midoriya received a text from 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐿, noting that it was already 11:30 p.m. Kaminari, sitting next to him, asked who it was. Midoriya explained it was his mom wanting to talk briefly, and after the conversation, he would head to bed. After saying goodbye to his friends, Midoriya went upstairs, chuckling to himself about how his weapons were finally ready. He checked 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐿's message, which confirmed that the weapons were secured and ready for pickup. Midoriya thought about how close he had come to being caught and how he had to improvise a lie. He was determined to figure out how to retrieve his weapons. How long does he think it will take? 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐿 wondered. Midoriya estimated it would be about 2 hours or less, especially once the boys were asleep. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝐿 acknowledged this and ended the conversation. Once alone, Midoriya locked his door and used his phone until he heard silence downstairs. He quietly crept down, pretending to get water, and found everyone was likely asleep in their rooms. Aware of the cameras around the dorm, he filled a cup with water and returned to his room to avoid suspicion. After changing, he dyed his hair 2 colors, half red and half blue, reminiscent of the version of himself he had seen in a dream while regaining his memories. He put on a cap and a mask, making himself unrecognizable. He grabbed his phone and headed to the balcony, closing the doors behind him as he climbed to the roof using a BLD rope on an inconspicuous side. Once behind the building, he jumped down, landing softly. He cloaked himself in BLD and dashed into the UA forest. The BLD cloak enhanced his stealth and speed. It muffled his footsteps and allowed him to blend into the shadows, keeping his joints loose for agility. Eventually, he reached the town's alleyways. He removed the BLD cloak and continued walking toward the cabin. As he navigated the narrow paths, he noticed someone had spotted him. The person brandished a gun, attempting to shoot. Midoriya swiftly snatched the gun away, causing the individual to panic and try to flee. He chuckled, thinking about the thrill of taking a life after so long, and used a BLD WHP to pull the person back. The individual struggled, pleading for release, but Midoriya tightened the WHP around their neck, cutting off their air. After a few gasps, silence fell. Midoriya reabsorbed the BLD and continued on his way, taking the gun with him. He left the body behind, confident that there was no evidence linking him to the scene, ensuring his safety. Eventually, he arrived at the cabin, where 𝗟𝗶 was pacing. 𝗟𝗶 remarked on how long Midoriya had taken, to which Midoriya replied that it wasn't his fault, everyone had decided to sleep late. 𝗟𝗶 handed him a box of weapons, which included guns, knives, and mini-axes, cautioning him not to get caught. Midoriya smirked, revealing that he had finally killed someone again after months. 𝗟𝗶 asked if he had left any evidence, and Midoriya assured him he hadn't, explaining that he had choked the person to death. They discussed plans for the reveal, with Midoriya mentioning he needed Shigaraki to create many Nomu. 𝗟𝗶 agreed to relay the message, hoping Midoriya's plan would work out. Midoriya picked up the box of weapons and made his way back to the dorms, using a BLD WHP to assist in carrying it up to his room from the outside. He climbed the walls to reach his balcony. Once inside, he turned on a small lamp and examined the weapons, closing the curtains to keep his activities hidden. Inside the box were at least 5 guns, 10 knives, 5 concealable knives, 3 hatchets, a throwing knife, and a smoke bomb. Midoriya lifted his mattress, revealing a perfect hiding spot. He had placed a thin plank of wood on top of the wooden beams supporting the bed for extra support. Anyone looking under the bed would not see the weapons above, separated by the thin sheet of wood, which also prevented them from falling through. He carefully lined up his weapons in a safe position, replaced the mattress, and stored the box in his closet. Exhausted, he went to sleep, knowing he had class the next day. Class time arrived, and Aizawa announced that the students would have a test that would determine their readiness for more extensive training in America. The class reacted with excitement and surprise, but Aizawa reminded them that only some would be able to go, depending on their performance. The test would be physical and conducted alone, with the date to be revealed later. As November progressed, the weather turned cold, and the Hero Corps students needed to design warm costumes for hero work. Aizawa instructed them to prepare their winter outfits before their trip to America in the last week of November. Midoriya thought about his current hero design and how it could transform into a villain outfit. He envisioned a darker green, almost black, with good insulation and plenty of secret pockets. Black gloves and metal-insulated boots with hidden compartments were essential, along with openings that would allow his quirk to function. Satisfied with his design, he completed his sketches and submitted them. Kirishima expressed surprise at how quickly Midoriya had finished, while Kaminari speculated that Midoriya must have been planning it for some time. Aizawa looked at the paper and asked if Midoriya was sure this was how he wanted it to look, noting that there was nothing friendly about the design. Midoriya explained that the dark colors helped with his quirk, providing stealth and warmth, and that the secret compartments were for backup plans in case of emergencies. Aizawa agreed to send the design off to the support students and instructed Midoriya to return to his desk. As Midoriya sat down, boredom washed over him. No one was allowed to use their quirks in school unless it was an emergency or with a teacher's permission. He thought to himself how dull it was, staring out the window with his head resting on his arms. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 noticed Midoriya's mood and asked if he was okay. Midoriya replied that he was just bored, having finished his assignment. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 empathized, sharing that he understood the feeling. Suddenly, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 announced that Midoriya had been called to Principal 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's office and instructed him to return before the class period ended. Midoriya complied, wondering why he was being summoned and if someone had reported him sneaking in and out of the school. Upon arriving at Principal 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's office, Midoriya found 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sitting there as well. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 welcomed him and explained that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 couldn't stay at the hospital forever and needed to sleep in the dorms. However, since she couldn't control her quirk, he wanted Midoriya to elaborate on how he had previously helped her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed him that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would be living in the student dorms next to his room and that Midoriya would need to watch over her, as she trusted him the most. Midoriya felt overwhelmed, realizing this would affect his plans. He asked if he needed to take 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to the dorms immediately, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that he had a meeting and needed Midoriya to take her to class instead. Midoriya agreed and left the office with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 following closely behind. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed her apologies for bothering him, but Midoriya reassured her that it was fine. When they returned to class, everyone was startled to see 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 inquired about her presence, and Midoriya explained that he was assigned to watch over her. 𝐻𝐬𝐬 offered 𝐼𝐻𝐬 a seat at his desk, and the other students expressed their delight at having her around. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shyly hid behind Midoriya, prompting 𝐻𝐬𝐬 to remind the class to calm down to avoid triggering her quirk. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 took a seat and began doodling on the papers 𝐻𝐬𝐬 provided, while Midoriya returned to his desk, feeling restless with over an hour left in class. Later, during lunch, Midoriya felt relieved that class was finally over. He enjoyed a sandwich, reflecting on how he had contemplated running away during class but wanted a more dramatic reveal. Just then, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 called for him, and Midoriya followed him to his office, where 𝐼𝐻𝐬 suspiciously locked the door. Midoriya asked why he was locking it, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that he wanted to avoid interruptions. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 then asked Midoriya to promise that anything discussed would remain confidential. Midoriya agreed, albeit hesitantly. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 dramatically revealed that he wanted Midoriya to be his successor. Midoriya was taken aback and asked what 𝐻𝐻𝐬's quirk was. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 explained that his quirk was called One for All, a power passed down through generations, and he believed Midoriya would be a good fit for it. Midoriya was stunned at the prospect of having such power. He considered how it could help him become one of the strongest heroes, especially with his own quirk. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to accept the offer, declaring that he would become number one. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 confirmed that Midoriya's body was already fit for the quirk and explained that they would need to proceed with the transfer. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 plucked a strand of his golden hair and presented it to Midoriya, explaining that he needed to transfer his DNA somehow. Midoriya, taken aback, hesitated but ultimately consumed the hair. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 cautioned him that using One for All for the first time could result in a significant backlash, possibly causing discomfort. Midoriya assured 𝐻𝐻𝐬 that he would keep the secret safe and left the room, feeling a mix of determination and mischief. As he exited, Todoroki inquired about his conversation with 𝐻𝐻𝐬. Midoriya fabricated a story about discussing 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Todoroki mentioned that Aizawa had cancelled class for the day to allow everyone to prepare 𝐻𝐬𝐬's room. Midoriya suggested they head to the store to gather supplies for her, and Todoroki confirmed that their friends Bakugo, Kaminari, Kirishima, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬 were also going. Midoriya quickly changed out of his UA uniform into a black shirt, gray jacket, jeans, and boots before joining Todoroki downstairs. There he found his friends ready for their outing. The girls were already gathering some essentials for 𝐻𝐬𝐬, and the boys set off to find additional items. After a brisk walk, they arrived at the store. Midoriya was tasked with selecting toys and room decorations alongside Bakugo, while Todoroki and Kirishima focused on clothes, and Kaminari and 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬 took care of food. Midoriya stood in the toy aisle, pondering what little girls might enjoy. Bakugo, equally perplexed, expressed his frustration at being asked for help. Midoriya spotted some adorable plushies and decided they would be a good choice. Bakugo suggested a doll, and they agreed to pick up both. Midoriya filled the cart with plush toys, wondering what else 𝐼𝐻𝐬 might like. He then added a sketchbook and some crayons, recalling her interest in drawing during class. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Kirishima were trying to figure out what clothes to buy. Kirishima suggested reaching out to Todoroki's older sister for advice. After texting her, they received tips on comfortable and cute clothing suitable for a young girl. Kaminari and Shiro, on the other hand, were in a panic about what food to buy for 𝐼𝐻𝐬. They debated between cupcakes and healthier options, both feeling overwhelmed by the task. Midoriya and Bakugo observed their antics and rolled their eyes, suggesting they simply choose regular food since 𝐼𝐻𝐬 likely wouldn't be picky. Eventually, the group gathered all their items and checked out, spending a total of $1,089. 26, funded by the school. They returned to UA, evenly distributing the bags among themselves. Midoriya effortlessly managed his load with a WHP he had created to help carry the bags. As they walked, bystanders recognized them, and Kaminari remarked on their fame. Midoriya reminded him that their recognition came from being students at UA. They reached the dorms, where 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was shyly overwhelmed by the abundance of gifts. The class then worked together to clean and set up her room, creating a warm and welcoming space for her. It looked so pretty. The room had white walls and a wooden floor adorned with a blue carpet. Cute posters and flower pictures decorated the space, while the bed, dressed in pink and white sheets with a matching blanket, added to the charm. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's closet overflowed with clothes, and a whole section of her room was filled with toys, some even resting on the bed beside her pillows. It was the dream bedroom for her age. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 felt tears of joy welling up but quickly hid them. She had never felt so appreciated in her life until this moment. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 tugged at Midoriya's shirt and asked why they had done all this for her. Midoriya smiled and explained that she deserved it, then pointed out that it was already bedtime. The setup had taken so long that it was now 8 p.m., and the class had already dispersed. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 nodded and went to her bed, already dressed in her pajamas. Midoriya closed her door and headed to his room across the hall. Normally, the girls would have a separate side of the dorms, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 needed close supervision, and Midoriya was the perfect choice since he could handle her without causing harm. He sighed as he entered his room, feeling the strangeness of going to bed early. However, he was so tired that he didn't mind, especially after a long day of training and using his quirk. Little did he know what awaited him the next day. The following morning, Aizawa announced that they would be doing quirk training for the upcoming exams. He hoped everyone was prepared. Mina chimed in, mentioning that their winter outfits weren't ready. Aizawa explained that the support course had gone a bit overboard, but the outfits were indeed ready. The class cheered with excitement. Aizawa instructed everyone to change into their winter outfits and meet him in the training room. Midoriya's outfit was a dark green with concealed openings that would activate when he used his quirk. It had hidden pockets and black gloves and boots that provided excellent grip. In the training room, Aizawa explained the scenario. There was an injured person somewhere in the city after a villain attack, and the villains were still nearby. The class needed to find the person and bring them to safety. Ida asked if there would be actual fights, to which Aizawa confirmed that they would be facing Midoriya. The class was surprised, and Midoriya protested, wondering why he had to be the one. Aizawa explained that since Midoriya had experience as a villain, he could give them a realistic understanding of how a villain would act. Reluctantly, Midoriya agreed. Aizawa then allowed him to head into the battlefield while the rest of the class prepared. Midoriya ran into the city, hoping he could control his new quirk right away. He didn't want to risk injury. As he hid in an alleyway, he thought about his strategy. Soon, the rest of the class began their search. Midoriya decided to give them a taste of what a villain was like. He created a BLD knife and prepared to engage. He dashed through the alleyways, keeping an eye out for anyone alone. He soon spotted Mineta, who was vulnerable in the open. Midoriya sent out a BLD spike that knocked Mineta against the wall, rendering him unconscious before he tossed him out of the battlefield. Feeling confident, Midoriya moved to another alleyway where he found Momo and Mina. Momo was ready for anything, holding a pipe, while Mina hid behind her. 𝐼ZUKU used a 𝐵LDWHP to send them against the wall, knocking them out as well. With 3 down, he continued his pursuit, moving swiftly through the city. Suddenly, he ran into 𝗏𝗏𝐽, who challenged him. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 unleashed an explosion, but 𝐼ZUKU had already evaded. He found himself airborne, surrounded by red and black sparks of electricity. Realizing he had accidentally activated One for All, he focused on controlling it to avoid injury. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 demanded to know how 𝐼ZUKU had done that. 𝐼ZUKU quickly used BLDWHPS to bind 𝗏𝗏𝐽, who struggled in vain. Just then, Todoroki arrived, launching a barrage of ice. 𝐼ZUKU, dragging 𝗏𝗏𝐽 with him, evaded the attack and countered by grabbing Todoroki with a BLDWHP, slamming the two together. Feeling a surge of power, 𝐼ZUKU zipped around the city, spotting the rest of the class gathered together. They noticed him and shouted to attack. 𝐼ZUKU leaped into the air, unleashing a BLD slash that struck them all at once. Aizawa announced that the villain had won the exercise and instructed everyone to return to base for a debrief. 𝐼ZUKU collected his BLD and made his way back. Aizawa inquired about how he had moved so quickly. 𝐼ZUKU explained that it was related to his BLD, claiming he had enhanced his speed by focusing on specific areas, which was why the red and black electricity surrounded him. Aizawa was impressed and noted that it would be useful. He then pointed out that the rest of the class had performed poorly. If 𝐼ZUKU were to be an actual villain, everyone would be in serious trouble. Aizawa bluntly pointed out the mistakes made by the class, noting that Recovery Girl had already healed everyone. 𝐼ZUKU reflected on his strength, realizing that the power of One for All was immense, even at just 10%. He thought about how difficult it must have been for All Might to be defeated, and how he could control this power without harm. Aizawa continued, emphasizing the lack of strategy among the students. He warned them that if they approached the upcoming exam with the same mindset, it would be a waste of time. Kaminari complained about 𝐼ZUKU's overwhelming strength, but Aizawa clarified that 𝐼ZUKU had simply discovered a new technique. He instructed 𝐼ZUKU to use 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 knives for the next round, explaining that most villains wouldn't possess such a strong quirk. 𝐼ZUKU accepted the challenge, tucking the fake knives into his gear and asking about the rules for using his quirk. Aizawa permitted him to use it for travel but prohibited any harm to other students. With a determined leap, 𝐼ZUKU entered the battlefield. Aizawa urged the rest of the class to devise a plan, warning them that without one, they would likely fail. Momo suggested using some students as bait to lure 𝐼ZUKU into a trap, while 𝗏𝗏𝐽 volunteered to be the bait, confident in his speed. The group quickly brainstormed how to create a trap using Minata's quirk, and they set to work, mindful of not getting caught in their own scheme. 𝐼ZUKU, meanwhile, was aware of their plans and chuckled to himself as he observed the ground covered in sticky ball. He prepared for the confrontation, ready to make his move. As the signal to start was given, the class rushed into action. Kaminari asked if anyone had a plan, and Momo reiterated her bait strategy. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 took off to lure 𝐼ZUKU, while the others prepared the trap. They hoped their plan would work, but Aizawa remained skeptical, knowing 𝐼ZUKU's experience as a former villain. 𝐼ZUKU overheard their discussions and felt amused by their lack of caution. He positioned himself in a hidden spot, ready to strike. When the moment came, he burst through the roof, armed with throwing knives. As he targeted Minato, he threw a knife with precision, marking him out of the game. With a swift motion, 𝐼ZUKU summoned BLD wings, evading an incoming explosion from 𝗏𝗏𝐽. He countered with a quick punch that knocked 𝗏𝗏𝐽 back, followed by a feigned attack with the 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 knife. The remaining students watched in awe as 𝐼ZUKU moved with grace and power. As he navigated the battlefield, 𝐼ZUKU used the BLD on the ground to track movements, creating a web-like trap. When Tokoyami attempted to seize him, he fell victim to the sticky ground. 𝐼ZUKU took the opportunity to eliminate another opponent with a well-aimed knife. Activating One for All, he kicked the air with force, causing the buildings the class hid behind to collapse, exposing their positions. The students launched a coordinated attack, but 𝐼ZUKU acted a BLD shield to absorb the impacts. He felt frustrated by the restrictions placed on him, knowing he could handle stronger opponents. With determination, he leaped into the air, throwing all his knives at once. 12 students were caught off guard, leaving only 4 remaining, including Todoroki. Midoriya swiftly dealt with Ida and Shoji, while dodging Todoroki's ice attack. He found himself momentarily engulfed in flames but managed to heal the burns with his quirk. In a final display of skill, Midoriya threw 3 knives at Todoroki, taking him out of the game. With only 2 opponents left, he swiftly eliminated Shoji and Aoyama, showcasing his prowess. Aizawa sighed, watching as Recovery Girl healed Midoriya once more. He expressed his disbelief that Midoriya hadn't even fully utilized his quirk in combat. Kaminari reassured him that encountering someone like Midoriya on the opposing side was unlikely, but Aizawa remained unconvinced, recalling the strength of the League of Villains. Midoriya suggested that training more was essential, as their opponents wouldn't hold back. Aizawa inquired about the situation, and Midoriya explained that Shigaraki alone could easily defeat the class if he truly tried. Aizawa emphasized the importance of their training and called for another round. The class groaned but continued to fight against Midoriya, who consistently emerged victorious. By the end of the day, they were all exhausted, and class was dismissed. They returned to the dormitories, where Kirishima expressed admiration for Midoriya's fighting skills. Midoriya shared that he had trained himself when he was a villain and had received even more rigorous training after joining the League. He also acknowledged that his friends had helped him improve after he left the League, though he didn't mention that he hadn't truly left. Kaminari asked if Midoriya knew any vital weaknesses from his time with the League, but Midoriya lied, stating that they never shared such information. Disappointed, Kaminari sighed, and Midoriya decided to head to his room for some much-needed rest, promising to talk to them the next day. As he settled in, he thought about revealing himself in America and how the League would have to come along, considering the presence of the Nomu and Kuroji's ability to warp them there without much strain. Throughout the week, the class trained diligently, often facing off against Midoriya, who was honing his skills and learning to create air bullets. His improvements made it increasingly challenging for the class. On Sunday, as Midoriya prepared to leave the dorms, he informed his classmates that he was going to visit his mother. Kirishima reminded him to return before noon, as they needed his help with training. Midoriya laughed, acknowledging that his mother would likely spoil him during the visit.